Yo, make sure you got your paperwork straight. I got Mickey the Truth.
Let's get one thing clear. This your girl, Mickey Truth. South Carolina, 803 to be exact. What's up, y'all? It's your girl, Mickey Truth, aka the Queen of Paperwork, and I am back with another video. As always, all information contained in this video is for entertainment, educational purposes only. All information used in this video is per the Fair Use Act, and any conclusion that you draw is on you, not me. So good morning, everybody. I had to start a little earlier. They still haven't started, but y'all know I'll be having to make some moves, so I got to leave out. So I was like, let me go ahead and start the live up. I hope everybody had a good night. I hope everybody woke up with positive energy this morning. Okay, this is day 3 of Lil Woody, aka Kenneth Copeland's testimony, and y'all already know we got so much going on, okay, around his testimony that ain't even about the testimony. So yeah, we're gonna get into that today. Good morning, official Mondres. Good morning, Trap Society. Listen, I'm gonna save it for the lunch break because y'all know during lunchtime I be over here like I don't know what I want to talk about. So we're gonna listen to some audio of Brian Steele's attorney speaking in regards to his situation too. So we're gonna save that for the lunch break, okay? However, like I said, y'all make sure y'all like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to pull up on the Truth Team Live, okay? All information contained on this live is for entertainment, heavy on entertainment, educational purposes only. All information used on this live is per the Fair Use Act, and any conclusion that you draw is on you and who? Your mama. Not on me or nobody else in the chat. Y'all already know my last disclaimer is I'm not a lawyer. I am not giving out any legal advice. Please seek legal counsel of your choice if you need help with any of that, okay? This is my interpretation and my opinion of what we are witnessing on this case, okay? I am not forcing it down nobody's throat, okay? Take it how you want with that, all right? Yeah, y'all got to get the disclaimers out. I don't want no smoke. Now, with that being said, yeah, we're just waiting for them to start. Y'all know when it comes to time, they don't care. Okay, they do not care. They get there when they want to, okay? Because technically they were supposed to start at 10. It is now almost 10:30 and they still haven't started. So yeah, I'm gonna actually wait until at least court start because I got to get on my phone so I can leave out the house. But yeah, how y'all feeling today? What y'all think is going to transpire today? Well, you know what? I can't say one thing. So I don't know if y'all recall yesterday when Ms. Bumpus, the attorney that Lil Woody fired, that was only supposed to represent him that one day. If y'all recall, the judge told her she couldn't leave just yet and gave her a paper for rule to show cause on the 25th and said she had to be there. Well, I was able to find out last night that rule to show cause in there is in relation to Brian Steele's contempt of court. So that's going to be on the 25th. So I hope Law and Crime or somebody have a camera up in there so we can watch that live. So mark your calendars, okay? The rule to show cause for Brian Steele's contempt of court is on June 25th, all right? And I want to be able to see that. So hopefully they record it. And we'll hear more from his lawyer during lunch break, and she talks about it also, okay? So yeah, that's pretty much what we had. Like I said, I don't have much to start off the day with because we kind of did not that much yesterday on it, but I can just do a brief summary, okay? So yesterday, Kenneth Copeland, aka Lil Woody, continue on identifying pictures and I believe like Instagram posts, and I've noticed it's something with an Instagram that was like Woody392 or something like that. He has the last couple of days said that's not his. He doesn't recall that account. So I'm thinking that account must be the juicy part of whatever they got because they keep bringing up pictures and stuff from that page. But he has said he doesn't recall having that Instagram account. I said yesterday, I think what the state is doing right now it's showing his connection to everybody. That's why it was so important to show pictures of this defendant, this defendant, this defendant. It's leading up to, I feel like they're trying to show to the jury that he would know what he's talking about because he was in the inner circle with them at some point. And y'all know the timeline for this case is not so much of recent-ish, but old stuff. And the highlighted years that they're focusing on is 2013, 2014. We hear those years a lot, right? So, yeah, that's that. But that's pretty much where we are. Court ended a little earlier yesterday. I think it ended at about 3 something, maybe 4 p.m. Eastern time. So I'm surprised they're late this morning because it wasn't a late night last night as far as court. They need to get it together. Yeah, y'all trying to do multiple things at one time. I appreciate everybody. I checked. Y'all know I got multiple phones, so I didn't get to my phone with my Cash App until after I was off live. But I appreciate everybody that sent donation. I just want to reiterate again because I guess I'm in that realm of things where weirdos want to make fake accounts. If you are sending Cash Apps to Mickey Truth, just verify, make sure it's actually my Cash App, okay? Even outside of donations with my regular services that I provide, my consultations and stuff, I've been having issues with it going to a false Mickey Truth account, okay? So I'm going to post my link directly to my Cash App in the chat. I'm going to pin it. That is the Cash App to use, okay? I know sometimes we just be moving a little fast and don't realize we're actually not sending funds to the right place, okay? So, yeah, unfortunately, that's the day and age we live in. People be trying to take your coins, okay? But, yeah, so give me a second because I got to actually go get my phone. So yeah, we just waiting for it to start. Hopefully it'll be starting soon so that I can I don't want to lose reception. So I'm trying to wait till they get it going before I actually leave out. Mm-hmm. All right. So again, if you want to donate, send any type of donations to my Cash App, use the one that's in my comments, okay? Because there's some imposters out here. And from what I'm saying, because like I said, my regular business stuff, I've been getting people saying they sent it to the wrong place. They made a couple hundred off my ass, okay? So yeah. Because Cash App is one of those things that's kind of hard to get your money back, especially obviously whoever it is a scammer because that's why they're making a fake Mickey Truth account. They're not gonna want to give you your money back. So just be mindful of that. I also do have PayPal, I have Venmo, I have other things, but a lot of people use Cash App. But yeah, just make sure you use the link that I put down there. All right, it is 10:24, so they 24 minutes late. I'm gonna have to make moves. So we're gonna take this thing on the road. I'll leave this like that. So although I won't be in front of my computer, it should play when it starts. Just wait to see. All right. So anybody got any idea or got any feeling what's gonna go on today? What y'all think is gonna take place today? I would ask a question and then walk on. Fine this morning. Y'all must not be up yet. All right. Where's my other sheet? It has been so long since I got on my phone. How do I log on? Oh, let me make sure my kick is up. I forgot I'm on kick too. Y'all make sure y'all follow all my accounts on social media. I'm on Kick. I'm on Rumble. Haven't been on Rumble a minute, but I'm on Facebook. I'm on Instagram, Twitter, Twitch. Make sure you follow all Make the Truth accounts, please, and thank you. Got that up. We just waiting, y'all. Like I said, really wasn't much to like catch up on because we hadn't did everything. Really much didn't happen yesterday. All right, are you gonna let me in? No. Good morning. What's up, Loud Pack? Why the hell is this doing giving me an issue? See, this is about to be a problem because I got to walk out the door. I'm trying to take a Mickey down and it won't let me. Why is this acting like that though? Shit. All right, let me try it again. Is it still staticking? I had to walk away from my laptop. Y'all let me know. Is it still staticking? Okay, I was too close. All right, y'all. Hold on, because now I got to go get my keys. Hold on, y'all. Okay. Hopefully this don't mess up my thing because I got to leave from my house real quick. Shouldn't be gone long, but Bruce Rivers said Judge going to get taken off the case. It's possible. I feel like it's gonna. It depends. Like I feel like I haven't watched Bruce Rivers video yet. I did see it earlier, and y'all know I like watching his stuff too. But I feel like without have been listening to his like thoughts on it, I feel like it would depend on what really took place. Okay, we start. I can go on mute. Okay. Do y'all hear any audio, or is it just me? God damn. All right, y'all. I may have to leave y'all by yourself while I go do what I got to do. Okay, hold on. I hadn't left out the house yet. Well, out the yard. This is my audio messed up. Damn it. Because I can't hear Jack Squad. I'm about to try to fix it. Yeah, I don't think they got no audio playing, to be real. I don't hear the shit even once I'm back at my laptop. Okay, let me switch what I'm watching because hold on. Yeah, it's definitely audio. Hold on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, members of the jury, good morning. All right, we're going to continue with our current witness. Mr. Copeland, you're still on your oath, okay? All right, sir? Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. Ms. Sultan?
Good morning. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State Exhibit 164 Echo, page 2373. And it should come up on your screen. Looking at page 2373 of 164 Echo, who is depicted in those pictures?
Me and Young Thug.
All right, and I want to scroll down to page 2373 of 164 Echo. Do you see, similar to yesterday, the date? If you could scroll back up, Mr. Atkins. Do you see that line that says taken?
To my every top up here, same
Yes.
place.
Yes, sir. What is that?
Which one? This one or that one?
The one at the top.
What about it?
What is it? What is the date?
2014.
And then do you see a number next to the 2014?
Yeah, 7-31.
Okay. You say that to be July 31st, 2014.
I guess.
All right. Now scrolling down to the text at the bottom. Yes, before. If you could please read what the text says.
Wooded 372. Got my back. Love him like my mama.
And then does it say who the photo is by? You can scroll over to the right. Okay. It doesn't say who took the picture. All right. Now, thank you, Mr. Atkins. Since you've been released from custody in 2019, have you flown on a plane with Young Thug?
I was on probation.
Okay. So is the yes or no?
I can't leave the city.
To your knowledge, have you been posted or tagged in any Young Thug picture since 2019?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know.
Since 2019, have you been with together in the club? Not seen him in the club, but you two all actively were together in the club.
You said since 2019?
Yes, sir. Whenever you're ready to answer.
Oh, what I supposed to say? I'm thinking you
Yes
could
or
say
no?
something else.
No, I'm waiting for your answer. Yes or no?
Answer to it.
The question I just asked you.
Oh, what is your question?
Sure. Since 2019, have you and Thug been together in the club? Not I've seen him in the club, but you two actively were at the club together. Either y'all went to the club together, or y'all were at the club together. Have you done that since 2019?
Objection, compound. I'll sustain the question, Mr. Foreman. That was Mr. Matthews Jr. Hey, Mr. Weinstein, do me a favor, push that camera on the top of the podium. Push the camera
At the top.
on the top.
Just press down. No.
Press down. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
I'll rephrase. Since 2019, have you and Young Thug been together in the club? And I'm not talking about I saw him in the club, but you two have been together in the club.
I can't recall.
Is it fair to say that your relationship after you got out of prison is not the same as it was before you went to prison in 2015?
Huh?
You have an objection, sir? Yeah. Basis. Incomplete question. So the form of the question? Yeah. I sustain the question. You can rephrase it.
Is your relationship the same with Young Thug since you got out of prison as it was before you went to prison in 2015? Do you have the same relationship with Young Thug
since you left prison in 2019 as you had with him before you went to prison in 2015?
So I'm confused. So help me understand. If you and her y'all got a relationship 10 years ago, so today is y'all relationship the same from 10 years ago today?
Is your relationship the same?
I need an answer.
Is your relationship the same as it was 10 years ago?
I don't think nothing would be the same from 10 years ago. I don't know how to answer that. I don't know.
Okay. Is your relationship better with Thug or worse or the same?
I don't know. I don't know I don't know what to say to that. I don't.
Do you speak? Have you, and this is yes or no, have you spoken with Thug in the year of 2024? Yes or no?
This year?
This year.
No.
Okay. In the year of 2023, have you spoken with Thug? Yes or no?
Overrule, sir.
No.
In 2022, have you spoken with Thug? Yes or no?
I can't recall if I was in. I can't recall when did I got arrested. I don't know if it was 21 or 22. I don't, and I don't want to say yeah or no to it because I don't know if I was on the street or if I was in jail.
Let me ask you this: while you were in prison, did you ever speak with Thug?
No.
All right. Thank you for that. Do you know someone by the name of Marquavius Huey?
No.
Do you know someone named Quay?
I know a lot of Quays.
Okay. Do you see any of the Quays that you know in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Okay. How many of the Quays do you know are in the courtroom today?
One.
Okay. Can you identify him by article of clothing that he is wearing?
Well, he's sitting right there. Like, I don't know what color it is he got on.
All right. You said over there. Is he sitting? Is it the man with the gray and cream jacket?
It shows so reflect.
Thank you. How long have you known Quay?
Not long.
When you say not long, what does that mean to you?
I don't know Quay like that.
Okay. Have you known him for a year? More than a year?
I haven't been around him a year. So, just because I know of somebody, I've been in jail, I've been away, so.
So are you saying you just met him in 2023?
I met Quay I only knew Quay personally, been around him no less than 90 days, like no longer than 90 days. I don't know. I haven't been around him personally to say I know him that well.
Let me ask you this. In 2021, did you know Quay?
I think that's when I met him.
Do you recall how you met Quay in 2021?
No, I don't.
In 2021, did you consider Quay a friend?
I consider him cool.
I'm going to start in 2021. How often, if at all, did you see Quay?
I don't know.
Would it be weekly?
I seen him when I seen him.
Okay. Would that be once a week, once a month, every couple of days?
I saw him when we had time to see each other.
And I'm asking very specific.
I can't say
how often that was.
When I wake up, my day is not planned. I just go with the day.
And so I'll just ask you again.
Say that again.
Would you see him on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis?
I saw him when I saw him.
Would you speak with him on the phone?
Yeah.
Was that, how often would you speak with him on the phone?
When we had to call each other for something.
Was that, did you speak with him on the phone more than when you actually saw him in person?
I spoke to him when we spoke to each other.
Did you speak to him more or did you see him in person more?
What you mean?
What would you do? Would you see him more or did you speak with him on the phone more?
Meaning?
You said you spoke with him on the phone.
I have, yeah.
Did you speak with him on the phone every day? Did you speak with him on the phone once a week? Did you speak with him on the phone once a month?
I spoke to him when I spoke to him.
You said that you all would see each other. When you would see each other, what type of things would you all do?
Shoot dice. Go to parties. We mainly shot dice.
Did you ever speak with Quay via FaceTime or some other video chat?
What you mean, some type of other video chat?
Well, let me just ask first. Did you ever speak with Quay on FaceTime?
I can't recall if I have.
Would you give Quay advice?
Would I give Quay advice?
Yes.
What they for to me?
Did you advise Quay on certain people he should hang around with
Oh,
or not hang around with?
what about it?
Have you advised Quay on individuals he should or should not hang around with?
I probably have.
Okay. Specifically, did you advise Quay on whether he should hang around?
I'll state the question.
Have you ever advised Quay on hanging around Young Thug?
I told Quay that I have a personal problem with Young Thug.
Did you advise him on whether or not he should hang around Young Thug?
I thought I just answered it.
No, you told him that you answered you had a personal problem with Thug. That wasn't the
Right,
question.
and I told him that, yeah, I advised him that.
What is the that you're referring to?
Whatever you just asked me, I agreed to what you just said.
So for clarity for the record, you've advised Quay about hanging around Young Thug.
I don't, what's your objection? He hasn't really clarified. I think she's trying to get him to clarify it, so I'm gonna overrule your objections.
You advised him on hanging around Young Thug.
I told Quay that he needed to watch who he hang around.
And was that in 2021?
I don't know when it was.
You met in 2021. Have you spoken with Quay in this year, 2024?
No. You said, have I talked to him this year?
Yes.
No.
What about last year in 2023?
I cut all communication with everybody, period. I haven't spoken with nobody.
We've talked about Quay, Thug, Shannon, and Ye. Do you know any of the other defendants in
No,
the
I
case?
don't know nobody else. I don't. How many?
We've spoken about 4. Do you know any of the other defendants? In the
No, I don't know.
Do you know someone by the name of Trontavia Stevens or Tick?
Who?
Tick or Slug?
Yeah,
Do you know him by his given name or just Tick or Slug?
I know him by Tit.
Okay. About how long have you known Tick?
For a while.
How'd you meet Tick?
Don't know.
And when you say for a while, would that be more than 5 years ago?
Yes.
Back when you first met Tick, how would you describe your relationship with Tick?
I don't know. I can't reflect back on when I first met him.
Why can't you reflect on when you first met him?
I know a whole lot of people.
What was your relationship like with Tick?
What you mean?
Was it a good relationship, bad? Did y'all get along with each other? What was your relationship like with Tick?
Just like it would be with anybody else from that I know.
Do you get along with everybody that you know?
If we cool,
So are you saying that you were cool with Tick?
that's what I said.
What types of things would you do with Tick?
What you mean?
Did y'all go out? Did you go shoot dice? Did you go to the club? What type of things did you do with Tick?
Things young black men do in their neighborhood.
I don't know what young black men do in the neighborhood. So what is
Try to survive and stay away from the police.
Do you do anything else besides trying to survive and stay away from the police?
Yeah, get locked up.
Okay. Anything else besides getting locked up?
You got my criminal history, right?
We're not talking about your criminal history, Mr. Copeland. Is there anything else that you all used to do?
I don't recall.
I'm going to show you permission to approach Harvey.
Have you shown that to defense counsel? You may, madam.
I'm showing you what's in Market 60 to 352 Yankee. Tell me if you recognize the individual in 352 Yankee.
Yeah,
Who are the people at 352 Yankee?
me, Ted, and Lil D.
Your Honor, this time they would like to end this 60 to 352 Yankee and Sabbath.
Any objection to states 352 Yankee?
Yeah, I have an objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
It's misleading portions of the approach. I can show that to you, Your Honor.
Sure. All right, state 352 Yankees admitted over objection. Maybe published as you see fit.
Please bring us the image. Mr. Copeland, you know who you are. If you can tell the jurors who is Tick and who is Little D. Mr. Copeland, who is Tick?
In the middle.
All right. And then it's Little D, the one with the Dallas Cowboys sweatshirt.
If this me, this Ted,
Okay.
they got no choice but to be Lil D.
Earlier, you talked about another Little D that you called your son. Is this the same Little D?
Do they look like the same Lil D?
I'm asking you a question, Mr. Copeland. Is it the same Little D?
No.
All right. How do you distinguish this Little D from the other Little D?
They look like two different people.
When you are addressing or talking about them, how do you distinguish the two Little Ds from each other?
What you mean?
Do you call one of them Little D from Cleveland?
If you ask me which Lil D I'm talking about,
And that's what I'm asking you. When you are
well, you
talking
should just
about
ask me that.
Mr. Copeland, which Little D, how do you describe him if you're talking about him? If you're talking about the two Little Ds, how do you distinguish this Little D?
I just said he Lil D from Cleveland Avenue.
Okay, thank you so much. About how old were you all when you took this picture?
I don't know.
Do you have hair on your head when you took this picture?
What you
When you
trying?
took the picture?
It looked like I got hair on my head.
Okay. How long ago have you been bald?
When I got out of prison.
Okay. So this is before you went into prison.
This an old picture.
And that's what I need to know. Thank you very much. How long have you known Little D from Cleveland?
Huh?
How long have you known Little D from Cleveland?
Know who?
How long have you known Little D from Cleveland?
I knew him back in 20. I think I met him in 2013.
Do you recall?
I think.
Oh, that's fine. Do you recall how you met?
Well, you see somebody around.
Back in 2013, when y'all first met, how would you describe your relationship with him? Were
With
y'all
who?
friends? Cool?
With who?
Little D from Cleveland.
How would I describe our friendship?
If you had, let me ask you, did you have a friendship with Little D from Cleveland?
I wouldn't say a friendship.
Did you hang out with him, like go to the club with him, or you talked about shooting dice, concerts? Did you do those things with Little D?
I try to get over on him.
What does that mean?
If he shoot dice with me, I'm gonna try to get over on him.
Okay. I guess then you would try to win the dice game?
I won't treat him like a friend.
You would not. Have you ever had Little D purchase guns for you?
Nope, but I took a gun from him.
So your testimony said that he did not purchase it for you, that you took a gun from him.
You talking about a specific situation?
Has there ever been a time that you had Little D purchase a gun for you?
My federal case?
Is there a time that you...
I said my federal case.
And when you say your federal case, what do you mean?
The case they sent me to the feds.
What are you talking about for the jury?
I'm answering your question.
I understand. You're saying your federal case that they send you to the feds. What does that have to do with Little D purchasing a gun for you?
The homicide investigator told me that I had the rights to protect myself.
Okay.
So I believed the way he said and got a gun to protect myself.
And how did you get that gun?
I paid someone to go, I paid Lil D to go get it.
Okay. Thank you. And was that in 2015?
Yeah.
Do you know someone by the name of Antonio Sledge? Do you know someone by the name of Antonio Sledge?
No.
Do you know someone who goes by the name of Munzel?
Yes.
How long have you known Munzel?
I don't know what year I met him.
Was that before you met Little D from Cleveland, after Little D from Cleveland? Or
I think it's before.
Sitting here today, do you remember how you met him?
So Monton?
Yes.
Yeah.
How do you met Munzel?
I about to do something to him.
Okay. What were you about to do to him?
Beat him up.
Why were you about to beat him up?
Cause he was in the wrong business.
After you were about to beat him up, did you somehow develop a friendship with Montauk?
Somebody else called me to protect him.
Okay. When did you get a call in order to have to protect Montauk? If you're talking about you met him before 2013 and you're about to beat him up, when did you get a call to have to protect him?
That same day.
And if you were about to beat him up, well, let me strike that. Did you make a decision to protect him? Did you decide to protect him?
Me?
Yes.
What you mean?
I asked you, how did you all become friends? You said someone.
He called my phone, talking crazy.
Let me ask just a simplified question. At some point, did you and Montauk become friends? Yes or no?
Later down the line.
Okay. When did you all become friends?
Later down the line.
Was it a month after you were about to beat him up? Was it 2 months after you were about to beat him up? Was it a year after you were about to beat him up?
It was within the time frame where he caught my phone.
I guess I'm
a couple days, I don't know.
Let me ask you this. In January of 2015, at that point in time, were the two of you friends or
Yes.
friendly? Okay. I'm going to speak about a specific time frame. End of 2014, early January 2015. How often would you and Montauk spend time together?
Can you say that again?
Sure. I'm focusing on late 2014,
Late 2014.
January of 2015.
All right.
How often would you and Montauk spend time together?
Every day.
Every day.
Not every, well, I'm saying a lot.
And during that time frame, when you all would spend time together, what type of things would you all be doing? Again, late 2014, January 2015.
You said what was we doing?
What type of things would y'all do?
Gamble? Like we gamble most of our time. Shoot dice.
Anything else?
Go out. That's it.
Is it fair to say, would you all talk to each other on the phone as well?
No. The first we talk on the phone is, what you got going for today? Where you at? That's it.
And have you ever FaceTime with Montauk? Back, and I'm talking about late 2014, January 2015.
I don't, not that I know of.
As long as you show them the documents to defense counsel.
He a little bit more agitated today than the other days.
And let me ask you this. Does Montauk spell his name in a certain way?
I don't know how to spell your name.
For the record.
Can we hold on for a second?
Permission to approach one?
You may, madam.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as Exhibit 353 Yankee. Are you able to tell me who is that?
I can't see this photo.
Mr. Copeland, looking at what's in front of you is 353 Yankee, and looking at what's on the screen, does that appear to be the same image?
Yeah,
All right.
man, Monton.
That's your momentum. Thank you. Your Honor, this time of state, I contend the state's Exhibit 353 Yankee.
Any objection? Any objection to states 353 Yankee? All right, hearing none, it's admitted and may be published as you see fit.
And Mr. Cole, is that Moulton with the blue vest?
That's me, Monton.
Do you know someone by the name of Quentin Porter?
Who?
Quentin Porter.
No.
Know someone by the name of Big Blue?
Who?
Big Blue.
Yeah.
I'm gonna show you what's already been admitted at 651 W. Who is at 51 W?
Big Boo.
And who's the, you know, another person?
Shannon.
And is Big Blue still alive?
You say, is he still alive?
Did he pass away?
No, he was killed.
Okay. When did you first meet Big Blue?
I don't know.
Was it around at 2013? I mean, excuse me, before 2013?
I knew of him before I knew him. So I can't recall when we actually.
Let me ask you this. Did you know Big Blue before you knew Little D from Cleveland?
Yes.
Do you remember how you met him?
Who?
Big Blue.
I said I knew of him before I. So
Or someone when you actually started meeting him, do you remember how you met him? How would you describe your relationship with him?
what you mean?
Like when you first met him, was he like a big brother, mentor, friend? How would you describe your relationship with him?
Yeah, I used to see him with a lot of money. I admired it.
And would you speak with him often?
No,
Did you see him often?
I saw him a lot, but we didn't communicate a lot.
Earlier, there was a picture with an individual by the name of OG Bentley. Do you remember looking at that picture yesterday?
No, I don't.
All right.
You talking to me?
You remember seeing that picture yesterday?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. And the individual that's to my left, I think yesterday you said his name was OG, or you knew him as OG?
You talking about this dude right here?
Yes.
What about him?
Do you know him?
Not personally.
When you say not personally, what do you mean? Have you ever spoken with him?
I'm pretty sure I probably have.
Have you ever gone out with him to the club?
Yeah.
Back in 2014 and January of 2015, have you ever spoken with him during that time period?
Him?
Yes, sir.
I don't even pay this guy no attention, so I barely remember him like that. Like he never been a factor to me. I don't.
When you said that you've been to the club, is that around 2014, 2015, or some other time?
You said something about a club.
I asked you, have you gone to the club with him? You said yes.
Oh, no, I'm saying like, to be honest, I thought he was his manager or something. I'm not a person that asks questions. So I didn't know, I didn't pay him no attention. Like we didn't have any comment or nothing. Like I see no reason for me to talk to him.
What made you think that Bentley was Thug's manager?
So what made me think that?
Yes.
From my observation, that's what it looked like.
All right. Do you know someone by the name of Alexis Greer?
No.
What about someone by the name of Max?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you know Max?
What you mean? How I know her?
How do you know Max?
She his sister.
Who's the he sister that you're referencing?
Young Thug's sister.
Right. Does she go by any other name besides Max?
Dolly.
How long have you known? Strike that. What do you call her?
Both.
Okay. How long have you known Dolly?
I don't know. I didn't know her. I don't know her long. Like, I haven't known her long.
I believe yesterday you testified that you met Mr. Williams or Thug in 2014. Did you meet her around the same time that you met Thug?
I don't know which one of them I met first, but I didn't know they was related until later.
Do you remember sitting here now how you met Dolly?
Say it again.
Do you remember sitting here today how you met Dolly?
I remember I was playing with her.
When you say playing with her, what do you mean?
Like playing, talking, playing, joking, laughing, haha.
Was this in the studio, in a house, or somewhere else?
It was outside.
Have you ever considered her a friend of yours?
Yes.
How would you describe her friend? How would you describe your friendship with her?
How about I? What you mean?
Was it a good friendship?
She was cool. Like
I know you just talked about being outside and y'all were laughing and playing. Have you ever been to the club with her?
club as we going out club, as her brother going to perform. I recall going to shows with her as her brother go perform, but I can't recall if we've been out in the clubs together.
Did you ever speak with Max over the phone?
I don't recall. You smart on FaceTime?
FaceTime or just regular phone?
Just her call?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't recall talking to her.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted at 6 Charlie Charlie. Looking at 6 Charlie Charlie. First, I'm going to ask, do you see Dolly in 6 Charlie Charlie?
These look like her, but I can't say for sure if it's her or not.
Okay. And do you know anyone else inside of that picture in 6 Charlie Charlie?
Monton.
And is that it?
These look like his other sister, but I can't really tell. But I really don't know I don't know her name.
Thank you. Next, do you know someone by the name of Boris Bradford? And I'm sorry, let me go back to 6 Charlie Charlie for a moment. And Mr. Cooper, for the record, the person that you said looks like Dolly, is that the individual with a white t-shirt?
I stand the question.
I just need you to describe for the record, who is the person you said looks like Dolly? Like, just describe what she's wearing for the record.
The girl right there.
I need you to describe what is she wearing in the picture.
Well, I don't know if it's her. But the white shirt.
And then the person you said looks like his other sister, are you able to identify what color her hair is?
No.
And then the person with Monson, is that the person who is?
I stand as the form.
Is Monson the person in the front of the picture?
But on his head in the picture.
Thank you so much. Do you know someone by the name of Javoris Bradford?
No.
Do you know someone by the name of Tudor?
No.
Do you know someone by the name of Duwop?
No.
And with both Tudor and Duwop, that's your testimony today that you do not know either of those individuals.
I do not know Tudor or Duwop.
Do you know someone nicknamed Nard?
Yes.
How many Nards do you know?
A lot.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted. 23 Charlie Charlie. Do you know who that is?
No,
Is that your testimony that you do not know who that is?
I do not know who that is. Don't recognize that person.
And that's your testimony today.
I do not recognize him.
Do you know someone by the name of Duke?
Duke?
Duke.
Yes.
Okay. How do you know Duke?
I've been around him a lot.
And when you say a lot, is that recently or back in 20?
Back in days.
Okay. This is before you went to prison in 2015.
Yes.
When you say you've been around him a lot, how often were you around him?
I don't know.
Are you going to show him something? All right, just make sure you show it to defense counsel beforehand.
They starting to finally put the pieces of the puzzle together, trying to tie him into all of a lot of the names they done said are either witnesses that already testified, witnesses that are on the list possibly to testify, and defendants that have pleaded out and defendants that's still on trial. So I said it yesterday. I feel like this line of identification is what I'm calling it, is to show that Lil Booty was actually in the inner circle during the time of a lot of these crimes, including the main crime for this case, which is the murder of Nut. And Click's gonna tell it all. What's up, everybody? I saw a lot of people pop in. Y'all know I had to step away for a little while, but shout out to everybody for pulling up. I see a lot of people from the original days of the Truth Team popping in. I see some people in the bushes that's not saying anything, but make sure y'all like, comment, share, subscribe, okay? And also, for those who wasn't here at the beginning, someone made a fake cash out for in my name. So make sure if you are wanting to donate to the channel to hit the link that's pinned to the top. That's my direct link. And just be mindful, okay, if you just go regular cash app. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
But you know what, Lamar, the issue with Woody is his immunity deal. So as of right now, I think he's trying to find that gray space where he can't just get up there and not answer nothing, because that's not going to work, right? However, he's gonna have to try to save face to a certain extent. But however, once we get through, what's really gonna be the test of time is when we get through the identification stage where they actually get into situations. That's gonna determine exactly what he's about to do. Now, until then, it's kind of just like, he's really not saying too much. He did go ahead and let it be known that he has a issue with Young Thug that was put out earlier. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure the defense team gonna use that to their advantage. But we'll see.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I've had a request to take comfort, okay? So we'll go ahead and take 10 minutes, all right? All right, we're being recessed 10 minutes. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our jury has left us. We're in recess, 10 minutes.
And y'all know they 10 minutes be okay. A long time. All right. So Lamar said why his lawyer didn't request a hearing about the immunity, because they threw that in their last minute to take away his Fifth Amendment rights. I think that's not. I had to find a clip because I wasn't watching it that day, but to my understanding, that immunity was already in play. What it was them letting him know, like, okay, you was offered immunity, you can't plead the fifth. But I got to get the clip because I wasn't watching it that day. But to my understanding, he had the immunity deal in place already. The whole situation was to remind him of that deal. You can't plead the fifth or you have to testify, and that's why he was held in contempt. But I have to find that clip, to be honest, to see exactly what was said when the judge, but because how the blogs was putting it was that they offered him immunity while he was on the stand. But to my understanding, that wasn't what was really the situation. The situation was like, hey, the state provided immunity to you, type thing. But if somebody have that clip of that part, send it to me, so we can listen to it. Definitely, kangaroo court is an understatement for sure. Okay, for sure. Let that man take a break. Oh, minute said FU they didn't want a support attorney. Yeah, it always end up being 30 minutes. So it's something always happened during the breaks. But so far, for those who just joining us, it's been a little, they was like 30 minutes late this morning, but they got underway with again asking more like, do you recognize this person? Do you know this person? Boom, boom, boom. They still going through pictures. Like I tell you, I think it's just the fact that they're trying to tie in that he was actually in the mix more to the jury. You know what I'm saying? Because you would want to hear testimony from somebody who was part of the group. It's more realistic to hear from somebody who was actually part of the group compared to somebody who probably just was hearing word of mouth. Because his lawyer added, as if the DA would have communicated with him, they would have known he planned to never testify. I don't think that was the situation, though. I personally just feel like the paperwork wasn't in order because Lil Woody ain't new to doing no time. So to say, 2 days in jail made him go from pleading the fifth to now ready to testify, I just feel like the paperwork wasn't in order. That's why they had to have that little side meeting that they did on Monday, and then all of a sudden he had to change his tune. Now that's just my opinion. I don't know if that's really what went on. I just don't see somebody who has done a lot of time, not only in prison, but in Fulton County Jail, that 2 days in jail when he posted on his social media that he was ready to lay it down, he wasn't testifying, that 2 days would break him to testify. That's just my opinion on that. I just think it's something that they're not speaking of yet that was in play, and I think it wasn't all the way together because I said it every day this week. Lil Wood ain't new to this, okay? Ain't new to this shit here at all. He been doing this shit at least since 2015, as far as my research. So, yeah, he far from a baboon as far as like thinking about it. But again, with the immunity part, I just feel I think that was already in place for sure. And how do you say? I believe the judge and DA threatened to hold him until all defendant cases are resolved. That's possible too. I think they even said that, like, you can be held until the trial is over and all that. So I think I think Steele said it, if I'm not mistaken. But what I was about to say. Yeah, because the thing is, this is why I say it had to already be in place. Okay. Because if they offered him immunity Friday while he was on the stand, right? And he didn't accept it, meaning he didn't accept the immunity, right? He could have pled the fifth. The reason why he could not plead the fifth and why he was held in contempt because he already had an immunity deal in place. Now, this is my opinion, of course, okay? Because again, if let me try to think of somebody I can use that example. Okay, let's go to the Melly case. Fredo Bang. When Fredo Bang was subpoenaed to come to court, he had to go to court, right? He pled the fifth to certain questions. He's in his right to plead the fifth to certain questions. He didn't have no deals, no nothing, right? So he pled the fifth, which is fine. On the other hand, if you go to the Chicago situation, right? And that guy that told it all on the stand, he had to tell it. He couldn't plead the fifth because he had immunity. So that's why I feel like he had to have it in place before he got on that stand. And that's why it was a big deal when he pled the fifth. Now that's just my opinion, but that's what I think. They didn't have it filed right, they said. Yeah, and I'm thinking that's what I'm thinking too. That's probably what it was. That's about 4 to 5 years of sentence because the trial alone ain't gonna be done until 2026. I mean, but again, if you really didn't want to testify for real, and you was ready to lay it down, you gonna see it. I just feel like I said, I just feel like the shit, the what's the word I'm looking for? The administrative stuff wasn't together, and that's why he said, "Oh, y'all got me fucked up," type shit. Oh, well, I got honey buns for my Lord's weekend. You know what? Would you tell if I was who? Woody? See, again, I'll tell you, I said it before. This is my whole logic, okay? If I accepted some terms of being involved in something, no, I'm not. If I agree to be a part of this shit and shit just goes south, and unfortunately I'm the one that get the short end of the stick, then nah, I'm not gonna say nothing. Now, if you put me in some shit that I ain't had nothing to do with, I don't know nothing about shit, and you just trying to, yeah, that's different. But yeah, nah. If I agree to be a part of whatever going on, nah. And again, that's just my principle. That's just my morals, how I feel. Like, so no, I don't agree with for example, I don't agree with Woody taking a stand. I'll bring it back to what we're watching. I don't agree with Woody taking a stand. He has said out his own mouth what he chose to live by, how he chose to live. So yeah, I think it's foul as hell for him to be on the stand right now. And we watched his interview yesterday where he even said how he frowned upon people deciding to take the stand and point people out, which he is now doing. So no, I don't agree with him taking the stand. Still said he was CC'd on an email from while he was on vacation. That man said, hey, he ain't canceling his vacation because y'all don't know what y'all got going on. The judge said he can be held to the end during the secret meeting. Don't forget everyone, Tea Time Thursday. Yeah, make sure you tell a friend to pull up tomorrow. Okay, 8:30 p.m. for Tea Time Thursday. I will be live tomorrow for this case, so it'll probably run right into it. But yeah, definitely pull up tomorrow. Okay. Good morning, each. So far, he's still playing Pictionary, but they are getting into more people outside of just the defendants. They brought up Dolly White, who is Young Thug's sister, who is on the witness list. I don't know if she's been subpoenaed yet to be an official witness. However, she is the sister that I referenced in a previous video who baby daddy got caught up with the feds, fooling around with DK, and that's where Young Thug's name first appeared in court paperwork federally, around guns that was found in their home. So y'all check out that video if y'all haven't. Lamar said boy been snitching since 1942. 1942 is crazy. Okay. It's crazy. Yes. So, again, that witness list is long, okay? Long. But just because you're on the witness list doesn't mean you're actually gonna be a witness. But again, I don't think she's been subpoenaed yet to be an official witness. Just yet. But yeah. But we'll see what happens, you know. How y'all feeling so far? Y'all know, like I told y'all last Friday, I said Woody was about to tell it all. And then, you know, I said, oh, he's not going to tell. Now he's telling. But I'm going to give him again. Okay? I'm going to say it again. He technically hasn't said nothing yet. Right? Nothing that could cause any issue for nobody. Not yet. Okay? Because just saying you know somebody ain't going to get them locked up, per se. While this ADHD boy about to let the cat out of bed. He's truth telling, not snitching. No, he's snitching. Well, at this point, he hasn't yet. Okay. With Woody, it wouldn't be truth telling, at the end of the day, it's all the same. But still, it wouldn't be considered truth telling because Woody, from his own mouth, said he's a street nigga. Okay. He was involved in the streets with a lot of stuff that was going on from his own accord. Okay. So again, that would be snitching. Y'all gotta understand when you're involved in the situation, especially if what's still said on Monday is true, that he's actually the one who was part of the murder of Nut, that's gonna be snitching. There's no way to sugarcoat that shit. Because if you're involved in it and then you tell it, you're snitching. Period. It's not no truth telling in that. Like you had something to do with it. Yeah, I just was talking about that earlier, Lamar. I hope they have the cameras in there for that one because that's going to be a good one. And we're going to talk more about that too on the lunch break. Ava, what's up? Is that going to be recorded or live? It just depends on the news. I'm pretty sure Law and Crime already requested to be in there because one thing down there in Georgia, you have to request, and those main stream broadcasting networks and stuff, they normally always like Court TV, they always have somebody down there. So I'm pretty sure it would be. And hell, at the end of the day, I know this is good for Brian Steele. So I'm pretty sure if he'll probably get somebody to record and stream it. So I'm pretty sure this is gonna be major. Because the order was not clear who all was there. He think he slid. Yeah, but he got a good legal team. They know what's up. They'll be able to rebuttal. And then it's already filed with the appeals court. So every day when he leaves the courtroom, they have conversations with him. That's why they letting him go home so he can keep that freedom taste to keep coming back. But for the most part, most witnesses do go home. Now, this is the thing. Now, I don't know about his situation per se. However, in past cases, you still have like a detail on you. Like you technically don't go home. You go to like a hotel. You know what I'm saying? Until you finish. Now I don't know if this was going on down there, but in past cases, you be at like a hotel type thing. Like the police take you and pick you up, take you all that while you're on the stand. Now, I can't say 100% sure that's what's going on, but in past cases that I followed and watched and president, that's how it actually goes. But I don't know about this one. I can't really say that because I don't, haven't really been to too many Atlanta or Fulton County cases down there. Yeah, you're definitely the only one that likes Glanville. And that's because I don't think Miss Me be keeping up with his shenanigans for real. So, but yeah, y'all, it's definitely gonna be crazy on the 25th because if y'all caught the part before Miss Bumpy's left out yesterday, he gave her that paper and that was what that was for, a rule to show cause. Because he actually thinks it's her, on some real shit. That's who he think gave it up. He pretty much already said it. And if I was her, any future case I work, I would not want to be in front of him because he already put her under the bus from the start, thinking that's who told it. It could still be who told it, But we don't know for sure yet, right? Because all actuality could have been Woody. I'm be honest. Like, I just feel like, okay, so I ain't always big on conspiracy, but sometimes my mind get a little conspiracy-ish, right? At the end of the day, if Woody want to save face to a certain degree, right? To a certain degree, y'all follow me. Y'all let me know if y'all don't see where I'm going with it. If he want to save face to a certain degree, how would a person that is considered snitching able to save face, right? He could backdoor the whole situation and tell the defense team whatever, and then they run with it, and they're going to protect him by not saying that's who gave it to him. You know what I'm saying? Could be that. I don't know. That could be what she wanted to tell the judge about the meeting, because she said she had something to say about that meeting. I don't know. I just feel like we're going to see some type of trick move from Woody. I don't know. I could be wrong. I just feel like it's something, because to change your mind in 2 days, I think it's just a little, I don't know. I think it's gonna be something more, for sure. But he can't hold her in contempt, even if she did tell about the meeting. Yeah, because the thing too, the meeting was not sworn to secrecy, or like sworn to be sealed or whatever, however you would say it. So yeah, if it was her, hell, if it was anybody in there, they free, they would have been free to say what the fuck they want to say. To my understanding, it's not like it was off the record for the case, because like they said, oh, this was a civil matter. It has nothing to do with this case. So I like how he is sick of him. I said it in my live. He is sick of everybody else. He need to be sick of himself, Miss Me. Like, you gotta understand, like, at the end of the day, you are the judge. Okay. You can be, to make it to judge, he's the chief judge. He done had his time in many, many courtrooms on many, many cases. He don't handle himself like a judge should. So he should be sick on his damn self. Okay. That's how I feel. Exactly, Nietzsche. He gotta play both sides. Because again, he facing time his damn self if he don't. She wanted to discuss that meeting because he didn't want to talk to her. But she already said he basically fired her before the meeting. And then see, I think that's not even gonna be a problem, because I was just about to say, because technically, if she was fired before the meeting, they shouldn't have had the meeting in the damn way, but he just took her off of record yesterday. So Woody was in the holding cell, so I'm sure he couldn't have been the one to inform still. Not saying that he directly, because then that would be an issue if he was directly talking to Still. Is ways to get Lamar. Is ways to get communication to other people. Okay. Is ways. Is ways. Everybody knows. It's ways to get it done. Now, I'm not saying he directly talked to Still. It's ways. Mickey, they pick up Woody at the crib and buy a breakfast suit. Shit, they might. Hell. She probably didn't realize Still was CC'd on the email. She was bullying him to take her serious with me. His own turn has used her for a reason. Definitely mad because of that. Just trying to make her submit the paperwork and take the hit. Yeah. No, she did that too. Yeah, I was behind in the comments. I wanted to discuss the meeting in front of everyone to the street. Couldn't be me. I would have told the whole fucking shit right there. And okay, you don't want me to come up? Because he told her point blank no at first, and I would have just said, fuck it. I'll stay in open court then. Which means he didn't have his attorney present. And see, the thing is though, right? Because I said it in the with Muwak situation. No lawyer can just leave a case. You got to go, like, the court has to take you off the case, right? So even if he fired her before the meeting, she already said on record she was just there to be his attorney for that hearing, meaning he was representative. So I know I said that wrong, but anyway, y'all get what I'm saying. So she wanted to discuss the meeting in front of the court to the judge to get him to take her serious. That was her way of bullying the judge because he wasn't taking her serious. That would have just, I don't think so, to be honest. I don't think it was that. Because to be honest, like I said, if it was that, hell, that dude wanted her to say what she wanted in open court. Like the judge wasn't even trying to hear it. Like he was gonna let her say whatever it was in open court. She chose to say she didn't want to say it in open court, and that's when the state attorney spoke up like, "Oh well, he he did what he's supposed to do. He's not in contempt anymore as long as he continued to come and show up to trial." So. Did you see the ear signal with Hilton and the judge? Now I ain't going down that rabbit hole with y'all. Somebody sent that to me earlier, and I mean, I don't know if that's what they was doing. Somebody did send me that though. The meeting was wrong out the gate, so that is fruit of the poisonous tree. This is weird. His own attorney is nowhere to be found, and I think his whole examination should be struck from the record. But witnesses, see, this is the thing. Witnesses don't technically got to have a lawyer, right, or attorney. As long as the immunity deal was signed, still delivered correctly, I don't really see his lawyer not being there really being an issue. Because technically, right now, he don't have no lawyer. Like at this moment, he don't have no lawyer technically. So the crazy thing about Glanville told the defense take it up on appeal as if he know they're gonna get found guilty. I'm not understanding how none of the defense attorneys haven't filed to remove him. Because you got to understand, this is the thing. They already got the short end of the stick with him already, right? Do you know how much of an insult that is for you to ask a judge to recuse himself or to request a judge to be removed? Like, that is like, you might want, that's like suicide. Like, really. Unless it's like, and then right now it's not even, it's debatable to a certain degree until the higher courts get involved. So I can understand why they're not asking him to remove himself or requesting him to be removed, because that's going to be, man, this dude already got it out for their ass. Okay. So yeah, I wouldn't do that. Remember how to just stop. Yeah. They definitely are, for sure. But remember, they are saying they was connected to another case that is civil. No. They're saying that so the case was the contempt of court, the civil contempt of court. That's the case, not like another like murder case or another. Like the case itself, when you just like with Brian Steele, when you get charged with contempt of court, that's the separate case. So that's what they're saying. They're saying what they do, high thoughts. They're saying that okay, boom, we were there to take care of the contempt of court charge, right? It wasn't about the actual case he's a witness on. But like I told y'all yesterday, my theory is this: you can't really talk about just the contempt of court charge because he has immunity, right? Because you have to talk about your immunity deal. Like that had to come up, which is you have immunity to provide information on what case, the case you're being a witness for. So that's why I think it's a sticky situation with it. And I feel like they're trying to protect the fact that, and this is allegedly, because even Brian Steele said allegedly, if Lil Woody actually admitted to being a shooter in the Nut case, right? Remember, they tried to take this man out when the streets thought it was him back in 2015 or whatever year it was, right? So if he admits to it, right, they don't want that shit out before he finished testifying, because I'm pretty sure it's some people out there that probably want revenge on it. You get what I'm saying? But we're going to pause and we're going to talk about it after they finish.
I know that the state is planning on attempting to make a video before we grow. The defense is going to have some objections to that video, so I didn't know if you wanted to take that up before Mr. Copeland comes in.
How long is the video?
There's going to be 2 videos, Your Honor, and they're only each one is 17 seconds, and one might be like 10 seconds.
All right. Can you identify them for the record? So.
Yes, Your Honor. This one is Stacy's exhibit 347 Yankee and 343 Yankee.
347 Yankee, and what's the other one?
343 Yankee.
All right. Let me see states, play for me states 347 Yankee, please. All right.
You said 347 Yankee first.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, this is my attire for the day. You know, this is how I'm swagging on a bitch and a boyfriend. You can get it. Got my younger with me. You deal what I'm saying? Just the motherfucking Brutus, how we do it, nigga. Dollar White Production. Hi. Yeah.
Was that it?
Yes, sir. That's the first one.
That's 347 Yankee. All right, let me take it by the numbers then. Mr. Sharp, what's your objection? All right, Mr. Steele, do you have an objection, sir? What's the basis, sir?
I would ask for the basis of the reason that's being sought to be admitted under what ground, because I'm going to object to cumulative if it's association. I'm going to object to relevance because I don't know what the relevance of saying this is the attire for the day. And then there's commentary under the right of 347 wives, it's written words, which I would object to as well.
On what basis for the words?
It's a social media posting on a person's account, which this court pronounced Scarfax, and it's not Jeffrey Williams' account. He didn't write those words. There are unknown people on some of them. Scarfax, as this court pronounced it, is Demikian Garlington account.
So is it, what's the basis for your for the third base for your objection? Okay.
For the
writing.
And then for the rest of it is,
I heard relevance,
yeah,
cumulative, and hearsay. Is that it?
I would hope so.
Okay.
And then, of course, the reason I say cumulative, there's been detectives with an S who are allegedly in association here on the indictment. There's been other witnesses identifying people who are part of the indictment that allegedly are part of a crime conspiracy. There is, this witness has already said who he associates with and identified a series of pictures. There's other numerous, I don't know the number. There's numerous pictures showing associations. I just don't know when there's enough. I objected to cumulative. I know you gave me a continuing objection, but at some point, this seems like a waste of time in the court.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. State wish to respond. Three bases: relevance, cumulative, and hearsay.
Yes, Your Honor. As to the hearsay, Your Honor, the state has no objection removing the information on the side and done previously.
All right. Well, that's done. That's one basis. I'll sustain that that part of the objection. Okay. So what about the other two, relevance and cumulative?
As to relevance, Your Honor, again, this is direct evidence of the nature of the relationship of several individuals on this indictment. Inside of this video is Mr. Williams, Mr. Williams, Mr. Copeland, Mr. Arnold are in this video, and it shows their association together. We have pictures, but this is them. Oh, and Dolly White, who's going to be, who we've heard about as far as the Lil Wayne bus shooting, and we should hear more about Miss White as the rest of this particular act develops, Your Honor. It shows the relationship of these parties together. The defense has been that Mr. Copeland is not really a friend of Mr. Williams. He is a friend of, I believe, from opening statement, a friend of Demikian Garlington. And again, this shows that that's a contradiction to that this is Mr. Williams in his home, it appears, or someone's home, let me say that. And it shows the nature of their relationship. And so we think that it's relevant. It's not cumulative, Your Honor, because this is not new. This is not the same evidence as the pictures. This is different evidence. One, it's a video. And two, that this would be analogous that if we have evidence of a murder, we can bring in different pieces of evidence. And this is a different piece of evidence. This is video evidence showing the nature of their relationship.
All right, ma'am. Anybody else have an objection? Okay, I'm going to admit states 347 Yankee over objection, Mr. Steele and Mr. Steele in particular. I'll just make it a continuing objection.
And we're still continuing, and I hope, I was under the belief for cumulative for all association.
No, I'm not giving you. I mean, I'm overruling the objection. I've sustained it as to hearsay, but I'm going to admit relevant. It's relevant, and I'm not going to. It's not cumulative at this point. So, okay. All right. Can I see 343 Yankee, please?
Fuck you, pussy. All right, you know what better than
Yeah, we got a turbulent on here.
Okay, Mr. Sharp, do you have an objection for 343 Yankee?
I do. I
All
have
right, and the basis
several
of that.
objections.
Okay, the bases of that objection, sir.
Okay, well, can I just describe what I see first? Because I think it's important that we just talk about what we're seeing. I believe that to be Mr. Kendrick in the foreground right now, Mr. Copeland in the background. Mr. Copeland says F-U-P-U-S-S-Y, and it's something that I can't decipher afterwards. Then the camera pans to another gentleman who I believe may be Martinez Arnold. He says to my ears, we have a target on our heads. And then, and he also uses what I believe to be drugs. And then it goes to other individuals. I believe I saw Quindarius Zachary present as well. So I have several objections. First of all, what Mr. Arnold, or the person I believe to be Mr. Arnold, says is hearsay, and it violates the confrontation clause. He is not on the witness stand. I do not anticipate him taking the witness stand. Him saying we have a target on our heads is a statement that violates both the confrontation clause and the hearsay rules. It's clearly not any sort of co-conspirator statement. Also, regarding the video and audio as a whole, I guess the state would argue that it's relevant to show association. I think that's already been established. I think that's cumulative. I think the probative value of that at this point, and the marginal probative value after all the other evidence to show association is minimal. Compare that with the prejudicial effect, which is these gentlemen being around and engaging in drug use, the profanity, the different things of that nature. I think that the prejudicial effect and the unfair prejudice substantially outweighs any probative value from this video. However, Your Honor, if Your Honor were to find that it's relevant to show association, which I would argue is the only possible relevance, then my concerns could easily be alleviated by admitting the video and not the audio, and therefore it would cure the hearsay and confrontation clause concerns from the audio and what is said by a non-testifying declarant.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, state.
So first, Your Honor, as to the confrontation clause, Your Honor, this is not a testimonial statement and made to law enforcement. So this would not be a confrontation clause issue, Your Honor. As noted, this is a statement by a party opponent.
How's Mr. Arnold a party opponent? Just tell me.
Because he's on the indictment, Your Honor. He is a previous co-defendant in this case. Although he's pled, he's still a party opponent.
So you're saying his statements are admission by a party opponent?
Yes, his statement being admission by a party opponent.
Okay.
As far as what Mr. Copeland says, F-U, P-U-S-S-Y, Your Honor, the probative value or prejudicial nature of that cursing, we've admitted songs at this point that have cursing in it. So I don't know how prejudicial that particular line would be. Mr. Copeland is the current witness on the stand, so they're going to cross him on his use of language. They can do that, but don't believe that in and of itself should keep this video out. As it relates to the smoking of the cigarette, we don't know what that is. It looks like a cigar. So it'll be speculative to believe that it's drugs or anything else because we don't know. I didn't see in that video a bag of marijuana sitting around anywhere, so we don't know what it is. So it'll be speculative to determine if that is any type of drugs or illegal substance, Your Honor. Also, this could be an adoptive admission as to Mr. Kendrick. If it is what Mr. Arnold says, that we have a target on our backs, at no point in time did Mr. Kendrick, who is the holder of the video, deny that statement at all. An adoptive admission is admission by silence. An admission by silence may be created against a party who remains silent in the face, and this is of an accusation. Such admissions are proved up when the opponent establishes the following elements. At a prior time, someone made an accusation. We believe that we have a target on our back is an accusation. Then Mr. Kendrick's failure to say anything to it would be an adoptive admission to that statement. But again, we have a target on our back. It's something that a party opponent states, and that would be relevant. This video was taken in 2014, which is in and around the time of the beef that we believe the beef may have started between If Gang and YSL. And so that would be relevant information for the jurors to hear as well.
Anybody else have an objection before Mr. Sharp? Before I let you respond again, Mr. Sharp, just wait a second. Mr. Weinstein, do you have an objection?
I just wanted to make one statement regarding Mr. Kendrick allegedly holding the camera that entire time. If you watch the video, you can see that there is a jump cut in this video.
What is it?
Jump cut. And there's a part where there's an incongruity in the video, and it's prior to the person who allegedly says there's a price on our head. If you watch it again, you can see. So the fact.
Are you saying it's spliced or it's too?
Or
is that a jump? Is that what a jump cut is? Or
it stopped and started again or something. You can watch it when you see it. I'm not saying the state spliced it. I'm just saying it looks at one point like the video stopped and then started again. So while it looks like Mr. Kendrick is doing a selfie video here, when you watch it play all the way through, and it's only 17 seconds, you can see it. When you watch it play all the way through, before it goes to the individual that makes the statement about the price on the head, it's not at all in evidence that Mr. Kendrick is holding the camera back.
all right.
Hey, Your Honor.
So what's your specific objection?
My objection is to the allegation that Mr. Kendrick has adopted that statement because he's holding the camera and did not disavow it.
All right, sir. All right, sir. Thank you. All right, Mr. Steele, and then Mr. Shard again.
Your Honor, there's not a case I can find that a person in Mr. Arnold's position would be a party opponent. He's indicted. He has cut a agreement that this court sentenced him under, and he is no longer a party here. So
You're still on the indictment, though, right?
yeah, so I can't find any case that says the fact that a human being, an indictment is hearsay. It is the district attorney's allegations, it is total rank hearsay under Brown versus State, which we discussed earlier.
Yes, sir.
So I disagree strongly, and I just can't find it. If someone has it and I'm wrong, I want to learn, but I can't find anything that supports what the state says about this is a statement of a party opponent.
All right, sir.
I couldn't find it either with Mr. Winfrey. If you remember him, he did not resolve his case, but he is on the indictment. I still can't. He's not here. The party, and then generally we get a 105 instruction, 24-1-105 instruction.
You may still get one at some point in time, but not now. Okay. All right, sir. Anything else?
Not on that issue.
Okay. All right. Mr. Sharp?
I mean, I agree with Mr. Steele, but with Winfrey, but this is one step further because he's not a party opponent. Yes, it's a little absurd to say he's a party opponent to the state right now. He signed a plea deal with the state to testify. He signed declarations written by the state. He's not a party opponent, but more importantly, while he is on the indictment is no longer pending against him. He has resolved the case.
But I don't think that makes a difference as to whether or not, I mean, you can still be on the indictment. You can resolve your case and conversation still could be, theoretically admissible as to others. So, but I'll hear from the state, but that's not my understanding, Mr. Sharp.
Football game the time runs out in the fourth quarter. The other team's no longer your opponent. He does not have a pending case. There's nothing going on.
While that may be true.
And there's no.
While that may be true, but I still think the statement can be used for other purposes.
Can I just respond to the adoptive admission? We have a target on our heads is not an accusation. Okay, that's not something that would clearly elicit the response of Mr. Kendrick to say, "Oh, well, hold on, man. You're saying something about me, so let me clear that up." That's what adoptive admissions are. You say something about me, and then I have to clear it up, or it's assumed that I agree with it. That's not even close to what adoptive admissions are.
All right. Thank you. State anything else?
One additional, Your Honor. This also could be considered a co-conspirator statement as a part of the larger conspiracy of the gang of YSL. Again, this is in November of 2014, where we believe the beef between YSL and If Gang is beginning to arise and heat up. And so the fact that he says, we have a target on our back, we will argue is YSL and the hour is the YSL. And therefore, this statement could come in to show the larger conspiracy, which will be the gang conspiracy as well.
And to be a statement, a co-conspirator statement, it would have to be in furtherance of the conspiracy. There's nothing about that statement that would indicate at all that is furthering any conspiracy.
But that's a jury question.
Well, no, it's not.
Remember what I told you earlier during the trial of this proceeding. At this point in time, there is evidence that's been presented by the state to show that there potentially may be a conspiracy. So as a result, that's kind of the entry. So I believe at this point in time that may fall into the category of whether or not a conspiracy has been shown. Now, whether or not the jury believes that, buys it, they've proven it, proven it beyond a reasonable doubt to a jury satisfaction will be determined later. And whether or not that particular statement was made in furtherance of the conspiracy is again a question.
I gotta disagree because there's multiple steps.
Yeah, I understand that, but
it has to be in furtherance of the conspiracy, and you as a gatekeeper judge make that determination.
I've determined that that's made in pursuant from what the state's telling me they're trying to get admitted to. It's made in furtherance of the conspiracy. So
okay,
yes.
Well, may we have a continuing?
Yes, sir, you certainly may, sir. Absolutely. All parties, the Harvey rules in effect. I'll make it a continuing objection. All right. Anything else?
I do, Your Honor. I don't know how state could argue anything from those words. There's no context.
They've made an argument. You disagree, and I'm gonna rule in their favor And again, the jury ultimately will decide that issue.
But
But as a threshold issue, I've made that determination over your objection and over your, I would say, disagreement.
what I'm trying to ask the court to put into the framework of your ruling for the state is that the words, "we have a target on our back," does not go to potentially anything based upon that 17-second video or 10-second video. It is so out of context. We don't know what they're talking about.
But it's part of the state's evidence in this case. Miss Hilton, you want to respond to that?
You're right. And so it shows a show of force. Like they collectively are bragging about whatever target that they have on their back and has put this on social media because this is posted on Mr. I believe this will be identified as Mr. Garlington's page. And so on their public social media page, because this is how we received it, they're showing that or telling to the world as a show of force, we got a target on our backs, whether they care or not. Again, that's showing that this gang, we got a target on our back, and this evidence can be placed before the jurors, and the jurors can decide what, if anything, they want to do with this evidence.
All right, I'm going to admit.
Your Honor, can I say one more thing? If we could play that one more time, it sounds like they may be saying we have turbans on our head, not targets on our head.
That's what the defense brought up. That's what Mr. Shard said that it said. So we quoted it from what Mr. Shard said. So I assume they all talked about it together before they came in here.
And if it's misleading, that's another reason to keep it out. If it's misleading, I'm saying what I heard. If Mr. Weinstein heard something different, then that's what he heard.
Okay, we can play it.
Fuck you, pussy. Yeah, we got a turbulent out here. Fuck you, pussy. Yeah, we got turbulent out here.
Because we got turbans on our head.
That's fine too.
We got turbans.
So that's the
We got turbans on our head.
We got turbans on our heads. So
Okay.
the we is the we.
All right. Okay. All right.
Oh, I don't like that prosecution.
Well, I'm going to admit it and let the.
I don't like the
let
judge. I
jury
don't like none
consider
of
for
this
what it's
shit.
worth. All right. So I'm going to admit 343 over objection. All right. Anything else as it pertains to these two videos? All right. Bring Mr. Copeland back in, please.
Like the prosecution should have known what the hell the damn video said. Is they evidence? That's my thing. Like the hell over there shaking their damn necks and shit. Y'all should have already knew what it had said. They just be putting shit in there. That shit irritated my soul. Got me screaming at my damn computer screen. And then another thing, like they keep talking about the conspiracy. You haven't even tied everybody together. Like only 2 people have been confirmed by Woody as being like his ace boon coons, quote unquote. That's not everybody on the damn case, but maybe they're gonna bring it home. Maybe, but right now this case is weak. That their line of questioning is weak. The judge is weak as hell because he don't even know what he be talking about. I mean, you can hear it. He don't even be sounding confident for me to even believe he know what he be talking about. He about the worst judge I have seen to date. State law and all that. Like he needs to retire. In my TI voice, expeditiously. That's crazy. Yeah, all this time they done had to work on this case. They need stronger prosecutors. I'm gonna be honest. The DA weak as hell. She just got something on her back that she just want to be political. And these people at this table just weak as hell. Like I just don't understand. Like I had a lot to say about the damn prosecution in Melly case, but they wasn't nowhere near. These people right here is incompetent for sure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Ms. Hilton, you may continue when ready, ma'am. Have you shown that to defense counsel already?
Yes.
Okay, all right, you may approach now.
I'm gonna play for you a video without the sound. Some of you
And
might
he
not
need to
know,
do
but
something with that
it's in
cough.
the video.
His cough aggravating me. Shit.
Looking at 343 Yankee, do you recognize some of the individuals in that video?
No,
You don't know any of those people?
no.
And that's his sworn testimony, lady. God damn it.
Permission to approach again?
You may, madam.
I'm now gonna show you what's been marked as 347 Yankee. Do you recognize any of the individuals in 347 Yankee?
No.
That's a Los Angeles Swell. A Los Angeles Cougars or some shit like that.
Mr. Coleman, earlier we talked about FaceTime. Have you ever called Young Thug using FaceTime?
No.
Is that your testimony here today?
I don't remember calling him on FaceTime.
Okay.
That's
Do
what
you
he
recall in
said.
June of 2015 having an interview with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
Okay.
You said when?
June of 2015.
Yes.
Okay. And in that interview, do you recall it being you, Investigator Dennis, and Investigator Baker with the Atlanta Police Department?
I remember being interviewed. I don't know who I was there.
Permission to approach?
They're talking about what I was telling y'all when all the shootings and stuff, when they was trying to kill him for the murder of Nut. That's the interview that they're referring to, where they let him leave with the AK.
I'm gonna play portions of the video.
We about to get to the meat and potato thing right now. At this point, goddamn. Y'all, my blood pressure hadn't went up just a minute ago. I wanted, if I could have jumped through the doggone thing like, but that just means the heat is turning up. The heat is turning up. Hell, he might about to just mess himself up because he damn sure say he ain't recognize nobody in the video, not even himself. Shit.
I'm showing you 378 Yankee Echo 1. Is this you in this picture?
Can I see the picture?
You sure can.
It looked like it.
Okay. And do you know who investigated didn't see it?
I can't see nobody else in that photo.
Okay. Is this date on this June 10th, 2015?
Hearsay and reading from a document that's not in evidence, I object.
Your Honor, we are impeaching Mr. Coleman.
Not in evidence, you can't.
What's the document number? If you identify it for the purpose of the record,
Yes.
which one is it?
378 Yankee Echo 1.
Hold on.
Adrian Love, let her do her part. She's trying to coach her from the side. She should be able to handle this shit herself. You hush and look at your damn computer.
What's the name of the exhibit? 378 what?
Yankee Echo 1.
Oh, they about to play his 2015 interrogation video. Now that is the one I want to see. Oh shit! Now that's the one they need to play. Oh, I hope they play it. Y'all think now the 2015 one might be the one. Y'all think that 2022 one was
I'll also
something.
stand in objection as to unrelated. It's a foundation.
That 2015
So,
one is the one.
We'll see where we go from there.
That's when they was out on his top
Looking
trying
at-
to kill him.
What's going to be tendered as State's Exhibit 3.
Oh yeah, they gonna play some of it.
Echo. Is this you in the video?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, we're going to ask the tender State's Exhibit 378 Yankee for impeachment purposes only.
Now that's the one I think he was
Any
telling.
objection to states 378 Yankee Echo 1?
Your Honor, we're not admitting for evidence tender for impeachment purposes. No, this is the video.
Shit about to get real. They play that one. Cause the paperwork to it was juicy.
Can I see it?
Your Honor,
Sir, can you step out?
can I step out? My head hurt.
Yeah, you can step out. Yes, sir.
I bet your head do hurt seeing that one. I bet he about to run. He about to get the fuck out of there. That 2015 one is the one. As far as YSL is related, or the alleged YSL, okay? Like the paperwork to it, okay, is crazy. That's the same time frame where he got caught with the AR-15 at the gym, and he requested, and I played a little bit of my video yesterday where he requested to take the gate of the gang unit. So, right now, hey, that's why I kept telling people, like, everybody kept saying, now don't get me wrong, he was doing some shit in that 2022, but when it came to be related to like Young Thug and those that's supposed to be affiliated with Young Thug, that 2015 one gonna be the one. Because at that point he felt, and this is according to the paperwork, like they left him out the dry. Like people was trying to kill him every day type shit. So yeah, I mean, I ain't gonna say he was scared, but my opinion, he probably was scared during that time because he was getting in shootouts with his baby mama and the kids. Like his kids, he was like, people was trying to take him out in 2015. So can you imagine all that going on, and then you in a police interrogation room? You know he was probably letting some shit out. But if they play that one, Cause they know what y'all say when it's in 3D, 4D, or 4K or whatever. It's different. Like I said, the paperwork is spicy to that one. So I can only imagine. I actually want to see it personally. I don't even care if it's a little bit of it. I want to see it because I know that shit was spicy. And y'all saw what he said. That ain't me. He sung like a bird. Oh my gosh. Yeah, he like, fuck the immunity. Let me see. Okay. Mickey, can you get the transcripts of that? To the interrogation, they don't do transcripts of interrogations down there like that. You can't get okay. I'm gonna be honest, because this trial is ongoing. I don't know, somebody might can get it, but normally they don't let you get it if it's like evidence of a case, even though it's like, oh, but you know what, to be honest, I don't want to be the one to put that shit out there. I ain't gonna lie. I probably ain't gonna get that shit. You know, I don't be trying to like do that type of shit, but because that shit home, when I got the paperwork to that, and I mean, I went over the paperwork to it, but that interrogation footage, I'm pretty sure somebody gonna get it. I'm not gonna be the one to get that one and put it out. If I did get it, I wouldn't put it out. Y'all know I just be a little different. I tell you, I could have been made a lot of money on this shit, but sometimes I just, cause that shit, I feel like putting that one out definitely would put somebody's life in danger for shit show. But hell, they put it out during trial. That's on them. I'm definitely gonna react to whatever they show, but yeah, I ain't like I said, you know, and this was, the paperwork was spicy as fuck. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I've never seen the interrogation video, and I'm only going off of what I read in the paperwork. So I'm like, if the summary of the meeting or the interview, interrogation was spicy like that on the summary, I can only imagine what the actual, you know what I'm saying, interrogation was about. Hey, if they play that video, he might not come back no more. Yeah, I definitely have morals because that shit there. Because I just always think, like, at the end of the day, if it was like, I've tried to put myself in that situation, like, if, you know what I'm saying? That shit there can go live there now. I'm gonna leave it like that. I don't want to say shit, and then they be like, some shit happened, and be like, well, Mickey Truth said it on her live, so I ain't gonna take that. But yeah. This is the first I heard about this stuff through you. I follow you and been just trusting your expertise, your skill. I appreciate it. It's that he not coming back. He might take himself out. Hey, if they freaking play that audio, I can, like I said, and I'm only going off of the stuff they had in the paperwork. So, you know, in the actual interrogation videos, right? They have stuff they don't put in the paperwork. Maybe it was like they don't put on, like, we was just having sidebar conversation, whatever. So it's stuff that's probably was said that never made it to paper. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. It's still outside. That's why I don't know why the state was trying to make it seem like his safety was a security risk. But you gotta understand, Lamar, listen. And I was talking about this yesterday when I was first originally doing my research. A lot of people that's down there in the A and all that said it wasn't no secret that Woody probably was cooperating. But you gotta understand, if the actual interrogation footage come out of all of what was said, that shit gonna be different. That's gonna be different. It might be a safety situation, like for real. And then that particular interrogation video was during the time he had a hit on his ass. Like, they was trying to take him out. So again, you can only imagine. Remember, they let him walk away from the police department with an AR. That's how serious that shit was down there. Y'all done seen YouTube videos. Some of them have it accurate, how many shootings and stuff followed the murder of Nut. Like, that shit was crazy during that time. So I bet his head do hurt right now, because that shit there in that moment, come on, just imagine some shit that happened in the worst time of your life. Woo. I hope they don't do no fugazi stuff and say that don't show it on the stream though, because that's gonna make me mad. But yeah, that's gonna be. I think it's a safety issue, but the state is mad because they being made a fool of for all the games they have. Yeah, it is definitely a mess. That nigga be outside. They scared of him like they is the rapper rap who said he had to make it juicy for him. I mean, they might be scared, but everybody ain't scared of him.
Can we bring Mr. Copeland back in, please?
That's why they try to take his ass out before. But we'll see. I don't know. That video play, his ass might pass out on the stand.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury, it might be appropriate at this point in time that we take lunch. So why don't we say we'll take lunch to 1:45 and then see where the afternoon leads us, okay? Mr. Copeland, lunch, and we'll see you at 1:45, okay?
All right.
All right. All rise. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Dude, pissed about that, okay?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our jury is left us. We'll be in recess until 1:45. See you then.
So that means until about 2:30. But you know, and now again, I don't know if this is how I go, but normally you really ain't free to move around even on breaks. Like they still have police and stuff at you. Right. Is y'all know it ain't gonna be no 1:45. They still have police and stuff watching you. And all that. Oh. Yes, they definitely be trying to throw me under the bus here. Okay. So shit. Recap. Shit getting real today. Okay. They're still playing Pictionary, right? They still want to know who is who and do he know this person. But we're getting into the meat and potatoes, right? Because now they have pulled up the video of his 2015 interrogation. And like I said, I've been saying for a while, the 2022 one that we saw, right? What's up, Britt? Has nothing really directly to Young Thug and them to me, right? I didn't really see nothing to that extent. But 2015 interrogation gonna hit different, right? They showed him a still of that, and he said that's not him. We do not know if they're going to actually be able to admit that into evidence and if they are going to play it. I feel like he know that shit got some shit with it because he said, hey, my head hurt. He looked stressed. Okay. Yeah. So that's gonna be something, y'all. Do you think the lunch break is for a real discussion or should they really play it? Oh, on a real discussion. No, I think the lunch break is for real because technically they do go to lunch about this time. Now that I think about it, I think yesterday we supposed to have been back at like 1:55. So I think it's a real break. However, the judge may have to like go back and forth within himself. Woo. Yeah, because I got sleepy about this time yesterday too. But the judge probably had to go back and forth to see if he's gonna allow it in. I'm over here thinking like if they play, I'm trying to think. It's kind of like they about to trip them up though because like obviously he don't want that shit in, because y'all seen his reaction when they showed him that shit, right? So this is their witness, the state's witness, full immunity. Would you want your witness to turn hostile by playing that video or not? I kind of feel like they about to take the gloves off, say, fuck it, play it. Like, if you try to backtrack, we'll use this as in place of your testimony type shit. I don't know. But he might become a hostile witness at this point, because I doubt he want that shit to go public. A lot he said in interrogation was lies. In 2015, I don't know, Lamar. Maybe in the 2022, I don't know, because the paperwork in 2015 was kind of accurate to the fact that the police was even saying they had other sources that was lining up. So I don't know, could be, but I don't know about that one. In the video that he states he doesn't know anybody, are they not able to play it for the jury? Well, I think they're gonna get there, but see, the thing is this: you really don't want to call your witness a liar if you don't have to. You know what I'm saying? Because the defense is gonna eat that shit the fuck up. It's one thing for the defense to call your witness a liar, but he said he ain't know nobody. Do they really want to go ahead and call him a liar? Because once they call him a liar, it's no coming back from that. You know what I'm saying? So, Mickey, think about it. If they use him and he just purge it on the stand, it might be used against him as a credible witness, which would be better for the defense. Yeah, but they're not gonna lie. That's what I'm saying. The state, will the state be willing to line up their own witness? You get what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing. Like, will they be willing to line up their own witness? Because he could now. They could line him up, and he just had to say, fuck it. In order for me to keep my immunity, I got the got to put out, you got to answer it. Or he could just say, fuck it, I ain't answering none of that shit. So I don't know. The state basically being calling all the witnesses who not law enforcement liars. I don't know. This is a key witness. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't been watching this trial the whole time. I don't know what these fucking D-list attorneys for the state been doing. However, to impeach or to discredit material witnesses is crazy. So if they have been doing that to material witnesses, that's crazy as hell. That's gonna help on the back end. That's what I'm like, that's crazy if that's what they've been doing. Material witnesses, okay? Material witnesses now. I'm not talking about just a regular B witness. I'm talking about the A-list witnesses is crazy. No, it will fuck up their case. It will look better to the defense to say he's not credible to the state if he committed perjury, which would that revoke his immunity? Well, I can't really say that because it depends on how his immunity deal is set up. So it just depends. Without knowing the ins and outs of the agreement, we really couldn't say what would hurt his immunity. If its wording will be important to that. They done impeach a few witnesses already. Tick and DK got impeached. The thing about it though, with Tick and DK, they're co-defendants who pled out. So even if their testimony got impeached, I'm pretty sure their statements are left. See, that's the thing. Even if a witness, and we saw this in Chicago with the O-Block case, even if a witness gets impeached, that means their testimony is not going to stand. However, they can still use grand jury statements. They can use other things in its place. So Tick and DK, like I said, they took pleas. They gave their what they call it, where they have to answer the questions and all. I can't remember what they call it down there in Fulton County, but anyway, they have that on record. So yeah, impeach just your testimony. Miss H wasn't playing that video, but Woody kept playing with her. Yeah, but again, it could. I don't know. If it was me, I would wait. I wouldn't even have hit him with the Gusco yet with that 2015 interrogation, because if safety really was less, and let's just play devil's advocate, if safety really is the issue And that's the whole reason why they don't want to talk about what was discussed in the secret meeting. Then plain interrogation is going to put your witness while he's on the stand at risk because he said a lot of shit. Or it could be alluded that he said a lot of shit. Not really supporting evidence. It's like, all right, so it's really not called supporting evidence. They can use your prior statements type shit, right? You know what I'm saying? Like in certain situations, they can use your prior statements. Like, for example, if we go to C-Day and Rondo number 9 case, right? One of their key witnesses impeached herself because she told a different story on the stand than she did in her original sworn statement to the police. So ultimately, they submitted her original statement to the court, and it was allowed in. Oh, the Melly case. Remember, Felicia Holmes. Okay, they wanted to because she was saying that she didn't remember this, didn't remember that, and remember they asked a judge to submit her original statement to the police in place of her testimony, but it didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of what it is. It's not really like supporting evidence. It's just where in place of your testimony, we're going to use your prior statement type thing. And I'm going to be honest. In this situation, the way that judge is, he probably will allow it for sure. Hold on, y'all. And it's always, like I said, you would have to be like a person, one of the witnesses that have spoken multiple times. Because if you haven't provided multiple statements, you won't have to worry about it because there's nothing they can use in place of it. But in this situation with Woody, excuse me, he has talked to the police multiple times. He has been interviewed multiple times. So it's like, okay, you don't want to, say it now, then let's just push it back and say it, back then. So let me bring up what I said we was gonna watch earlier. I got to find it real quick. Why we got time? Because I almost forgot about it. What? Damn, where is it? Okay, we're not gonna watch the whole video. I just wanna listen to because they kind of did like a recap. We just gonna listen to what the lawyer had to say. I think it's like maybe like 10 minutes or so.
Hero of sorts among defense attorneys. Joining me is Ashley Merchant. She is Brian Steele's lawyer. She's also the president of the Georgia Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. So, Ashley, talk to me a little bit about how you end up at the Fulton County Courthouse last night at 7:30 at night, representing Brian Steele in this issue, this contempt matter.
Definitely not how I imagined my day beginning or ending.
Right.
I was in a meeting and my paralegal came in and said, "Your phone is lighting up and Brian's in custody." And I said, "Oh my God, call me on my phone. I'm getting in the car. I'm driving down there." I've served for many years as GACTL, as our association's contempt attorney, where we have attorneys that we dispatch if any lawyers are ever held in contempt. We call it Strike Force. So I'm a member of that. So I'm one of the lawyers that regularly would represent someone. But when I heard Brian was in custody, I had to go myself. And luckily, he's very loved in our community. And so many members of our team went down there and were there. And so we had a very strong showing of force, but it was definitely something I did not expect to happen.
You're a criminal defense attorney and you've done a lot of murder trials. Is this unusual? Because it sounds unusual to me that a judge would meet in chambers with a prosecution, the star witness for the prosecution, the star witness's lawyer, and they'd all be there having a confab together without a member of the defense team present. Is that weird? That seems like an ex parte communication or something.
Right. And, during my hearing, the judge is admitting that he had this ex parte communication. And it seems like that should be what everyone's focused on, not whether or not Brian is going to tell him who told him the judge had this ex parte. It just seemed like deflecting. The judge was in trouble, got caught with having this ex parte hearing. And instead of admit to that and handle that, when Brian brought it up, they're going to throw Brian in jail. It didn't make a lot of sense. But like you said, it's unheard of. These proceedings are supposed to be what we call adversary, where all the defense is there. The defendants, the defense lawyers are all supposed to be present, but instead they chose to have this meeting without inviting any of the defense, without letting them know. And when they brought that up, the lawyer ends up in custody.
The only time I've ever heard of a defense attorney maybe being back in chambers meeting with a judge without the prosecution present or something like that happening is when it was like, oh, judge, we need to talk to you about funds we need allocated for an expert or something like that. If it's like a public defender case or something, that's the only time I've heard of this type of thing happening. But this just sounds hinky. So what are you doing for Brian now? Because Brian, as of right now, is supposed to report to the jail Friday night to spend his weekend in the cell with Young Thug, getting ready for court and doing his time for this contempt that you argued that he shouldn't be serving.
Right. I mean, there's two huge issues there. The first, what we're doing is we are appealing it. So we're filing an emergency appeal. Thank God we have an emergency process in Georgia to appeal contempt orders. We believe the judges of the appellate courts will grant a bond. And so hopefully Brian will not have to spend his weekend in the jail. The worst part, though, is this trial is continuing. And so imagine, we don't just work during the hours you see us in court.
All right. So far, like I said, the other day when we was talking about it, and I was saying, like, I personally never even when I used to work in like different law offices, I've never even heard of it as far as sworn in witness being in a meeting with the judge and the DA. So I liked it how she broke it down, like, yo, this is not supposed to happen. This is not what it's supposed to be. And the second part of what she's going to say is going to even be more damning to what may happen in the future if they don't get it together beforehand. But y'all let me know what y'all think. I just saw something. Oh, so Neej said, what happens if he goes missing? So just like in any case, if a witness, and Lord forbid anybody go missing or anything happens to a witness, but if a witness disappears, can't be found, then if that was the strength of your case, then you probably gonna, guess what, not have a win. I'll use King Von and Big Mike murder case in Chicago. King Von was acquitted because witnesses came up missing. Okay. The story behind all that, I'll leave that to y'all to search on your own or whatever. But nevertheless, if the witnesses that you have are key to your case, material witness, and you need them there to tell whatever they have to tell, and they don't come, then that's evidence or stuff that the jury will never hear. And guess what? If they don't have, say, another statement that you can possibly ask the court to put in place of it, you probably gonna lose your case. So, it does happen sometimes, but we'll see.
When we're in court, we are regularly working after hours. We're working at night. We're working on weekends. I have never tried a case where I didn't work all weekend. And Brian is a very good lawyer, and he does a lot of work on his cases. So he's definitely working all weekend. You're taking a man from his office where he has computers, Westlaw, internet, all this stuff, access to the case file. And this case file's huge, and putting him in a jail cell where he's none of that. That the trial can't continue. I mean, it's just, it boggles my mind that anybody thinks that you could have the lead defense lawyer in custody the entire weekend and this trial continue unhinged. That defies logic to me.
So you're filing the emergency appeal. I mean, I would assume you expect to hear back about that within a day or so. Am I wrong about that? Or what's the process? What's the time frame?
Yes. Luckily in Georgia, when an attorney is subject to incarceration, the appellate courts respond very quickly. And what it's called is a supersedious bond. So essentially they issue a bond that kind of stays everything and says, wait, hold on, we're going to pause this. You're not going to have to go to custody. you get to go and do this appeal. And so it just pauses that while the appeal is pending. If we're successful with the appeal, then Brian never has to go into custody. Obviously, if we lose the appeal, he could still be forced to spend weekends in custody, but that would be down the road. That wouldn't be right now.
But then we have the issue of this big kerfuffle. I mean, this big mess, this big confrontation between the judge who seems very angry and really dug in on his position, and Brian Steele. Now the trial continues and they have to move forward. Brian Steele moved for a mistrial. That's not happening. Can this trial continue in your view and be tried fairly given what's happened? I mean, it doesn't matter if the jury didn't see this. It's something that is impacting the course of the trial.
I can tell you as a defense lawyer, nothing will affect your advocacy more than a judge saying, if you keep arguing and doing your job, I'm going to lock you up and putting you in handcuffs. Nothing will affect you more. And that's essentially what happened. Brian made an argument. He ended up in handcuffs. He ended up in the Fulton County Jail in the lockup for, an hour or so before the judge let him out. Nothing will stop an advocate in their tracks more than going to jail, because you can't do your job. And, that fear has got to be in the back of everybody's mind in that courtroom, every single defense lawyer. Some of them, they may have kids they've got to go home to, and they can't go to jail. I mean, you think about the things that are going on in their minds. You want to be able to do everything you can for your client, but you can't do that if you're in jail.
But Ashley, can he go to the appellate court? Can Brian Steele maybe go to the appellate court and say, look at what happened? I mean, it's on video. That's not how appellate courts make decisions, but it could be filed as an exhibit and file something saying this is, some type of an appeal saying what is going on here, what happened is impacting this trial. Can that happen?
Oh, yes, definitely. And I was doing some research this morning working on this appeal, and the law is really clear. If you have an ex parte communication with a witness during trial, it is reversible error. So this error is, and what that means in the legal world is that's about as bad as it gets. That means it's reversible. That means that any conviction is going to be reversed because of this. So if they want to try and remedy this, they better hurry up and remedy it. And the state should really be thinking about that, because the state's duty is to preserve their conviction. So if they were to get a conviction, they have a duty to make sure that the conviction stands on appeal. And this is reversible error. So I don't understand why they're not jumping up and saying, give him these transcripts, give him what he asked for in this ex parte. They have a duty to preserve the record as well. Otherwise, they're just wasting the taxpayers' dollars and keeping people incarcerated while they try this case that they know is not going to stand up on appeal if there is a conviction.
Ashley Merchant, we'll keep an eye on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that's it for this episode of Crime Fix.
So, y'all heard it directly from Brian Steele's attorney, okay? It's a lot. I was trying to find. Who is this? I was trying to find Woody's paperwork. Man, that shit's so old. I'm all the way back in my archives, okay? Damn, I got so many paperwork. So much paperwork. So don't understand. All right, I think this is one of his cases, though. I was trying to find it so that I can actually pull it up so that we can go over it. I found some of his because, I spent so much money on Woody shit back then. Because he had a Fed case and all. So y'all bear with me because I'm going through my archives. I found a lot of his stuff, but I'm looking for one in particular. This was back when I just thought it was more important to get the full picture, and I was just spending money on shit, spending money on paperwork, spending money, and never used it because Kenneth Copeland, aka Lil Woody, I never actually released his paperwork. I think I went over bits and pieces of it, but I never actually dropped his paperwork before. So, and I bought his whole case out, so I'm looking through. Then it's on my old phone. That's how you know it's so much in the beginning because it's not even on my laptop, it's on my phone. That's how I started with one damn phone. Did he tell on his federal case? Well, his federal case was a solo case, so how can I say this? Does he have a cooperation clause or 501k or something? No. Does that mean he didn't cooperate in some other way? It could still mean he did some other way because that same year, remember, is the interrogation. But no, to answer your question, no, he doesn't have like no 501k or nothing like that. I haven't even heard anything about a profit for him for that. So, I'm actually looking at his plea agreement right now. Matter of fact, let me email this to myself and I can pull it up on the screen so y'all can see it. Cause like I said, I never posted it before. No, that's what I'm saying. He don't have none of that, Lamar. That's what I'm saying. 501k. Damn, I'm talking about 501k. A 5k one. Hold on, isn't it 5k? It's been so long since I even had to say the word, but yeah, that's what I was trying to say. My bad. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have none of that, is what I was saying. And I'm about to pull it up in a second. 5k one. My ass on my 501k. Jesus. Oh. Yeah, that's hold on. Is this the plea agreement? I don't even think it's the plea agreement. All right. So this is one. I got the plea agreement. I don't think this is it. This is the judgment. So he went to the feds for felony in possession of a firearm, which was in relation to him being found with the AR-15 at the gym in the bag. He was sentenced to 60 months. And this was, again, 2015. Where's the date? So the offense was in 2015, but this was done in 2018. So when he said he was in jail 2019 to like 2020, some dates he was saying, I believe this is what this was for. 3 years supervisory leave. All right, hold on. That's not the official plea agreement, though. Give me a second. Boom, 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 boom. Is this one? All right, this is the plea agreement. Right, hold on. It's coming. All right. So this is the plea agreement, okay, from his 2015 days. Is it up on the screen? Yes. So, boom, 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 boom. Mm-hmm. He was facing 10 years. Mm-hmm. All right, here go the plea agreement. The plea agreement part. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, yeah. So like I told y'all, this was in regards to having the gun at the gym. That it was a gymnasium. Inside the bed. It was actually a 223. I don't know why. Where? Oh, the AR is when the Atlanta police let him walk away with that. Okay. So it says that. It says that he placed the white bag that still had an assault rifle on the bleachers, began playing basketball. Anonymous caller called and reported that he had the gun, so somebody called the police on him. They came to The gym found the bag. Blah 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 blah. He was already convicted felon from 2011, and it shows that yeah, he been in and out of jail forever. Goddamn. All right, boom. So if he had like a 5K1 or anything like that, that would have been shown in this area down here. Acceptance of responsibility is in every plea agreement, because again, you have to say that you're guilty in order to even plead out in the feds. You don't see any 5K1s or nothing like that. Recommendations for sentencing. And if you're wondering, you just really look. So the 5K1 will be like in a line that looks like this, which we don't see that. Like that's where you will see the 5K1. And the cooperation agreement, they kind of change it up sometimes. It's either it's gonna be a section like this that says cooperation agreement, or it's gonna say it like in a paragraph where you see the 5K1 and all that, which that is not in this. And if you look here at 23, it says defendant states that he is the sole and rightful owner of the subject property, that to the best of his knowledge, no other person or entity has any interest in the property and all that. Okay. So, and that's in relation to the weapon. All plea agreements got the financial cooperation one. So you know you be having to pay restitution. So yeah. We got about 6 more pages. Yeah, so his plea agreement was clean and clear. It wasn't no, BS with that. But again, that's not to say some other shit going on. But yeah, his Fed case was clean and clear for what I was saying. Yeah, all that would have been in the area where I done got kind of rusty on these damn federal cases. But yeah, nevertheless, his plea is clean and clear. There's no issue with that. And again, like I was telling y'all on Monday, I have I don't want to say all of his charges before, but I did, because this was back when I used to deep dive into shit. So Lil Woody was one of the first situation where I deep dive, not just him, but the whole YSL thing. I deep dive into their criminal background. And like I only saw one situation where he actually quote unquote gave information that led to the arrest, and it was due to the fact when he got shot at after Nuts murder. But yeah, as far as that case, I'll probably have to do a separate video for that, because like that was a long situation and I have to find it. Because I think I got over like 40 files of just Lil Woody. Like on some real shit. Like I'm looking at this shit right now. Like I got his whole case up. What is this for? I'm trying to find. I still haven't even found what I was looking for. I'm trying to find a statement from the damn police. Who is this for? I got so many people shit, because I'm like, who the fuck? I don't even know who this is. Look, I don't even know who the fuck paperwork that was. That's when they shot at him coming out the house with his baby. Yeah. That's the only one I saw where he actually gave a statement that ultimately led to like somebody being arrested, because 2 dudes got arrested. Oh, that's Shannon Stillwell. Come on, who the fuck shit is this? Bruh, I be having too much time on my hand. Well, back then, you won't catch me now because shit, I don't be having time now. But back then, I damn sure had the time. Shit. What stuff is this? All right, let me send this to my phone. So it's 1:11. We still got a lot of time. So if you just popped in, I'm like trying to send myself Kenneth Copeland, aka Lil Woody stuff, because I put his paperwork over back in beginning of 2023. I just never actually like did it as content per se. I think I only did like a discussion about it. So I'm actually just going through it. I'm going through it now to see what the fuck is that? Oh, the girl baby daddy. Yeah. I tell y'all, them YSL videos where I condensed all that information, man, it's so much paperwork I went through to freaking get to that. So yeah, so that's what that is. That's her baby daddy. All right, let me see. Oh, shit is that? Oh, yeah. I just was wasting money back then. I ain't gonna lie, cause a lot of this shit, like, what the fuck did I get that for? But see, I'm the type I be needing all the details so that I can understand the whole situation. Um, Damn, that's BMF. So I must have passed it. It had to be in the February then. Okay. Who shit is this? Old Dirt Banks. I ain't seen one of his documents pop up in a minute. All right, who is this? Yellow Beezy. How do you find the JCQ complaint that was filed on Glanville? You'll have to request it. You know, in Fulton County, they don't have everything available online. A lot of the times you got to request it. I never personally myself requested none of that before. So I'm just gonna say normally you would just request it. You may got to go through a little bit of red tape, but yeah, it should be able to. Who the fuck is that? Yo, I don't even know who these people are. Like, who is that? It's Atlanta though, but I don't even know. Let me tell you, because I used to go if I see a name, and that's how I was able to piece together a lot of the other stuff. Because if I see a name, I used to write it down, check it with the other one. Now, who is this? Oh. All right, y'all. I'm just looking. It's an ass of shit in here. I ain't gonna be able to get through it to find it all. I think I'll look tonight because I got an ass of shit. Like I still got the paperwork from Young Thug brother-in-law with that whole Fed case with him and what's his name? DK. What is that? Oh. I was like, what the fuck is that? I got call recordings. Oh, those was good times, okay? Going down memory lane, looking at some of these cases. Some cases I never even did content on before. That's some shit. Good time. Now, whose on is this? Who the fuck is that? A New York case. Oh, I think that was okay. All right, y'all. I think I'm losing sight of. I was in like the hub for all of Lil Woody shit, and then now I'm all the way in a New York case somewhere. I got to condense my files because that's crazy that I never went back and like putting them where they're supposed to be. It's still like this phone I don't even use no more. So let me see. What we about to get into? I don't know. Y'all got anything y'all want to talk about? Cause I mean I don't know. Hold on, did I email myself something? What is this? Oh, okay. So I will say this. I think, okay, where they're going with that interrogation, I think this is the interrogation they're about to go into, in my opinion, right? Because if you look here, okay, Mr. Copeland was arrested on June 10, 2015 in connection with a warrant related to count 1 of this indictment. Atlanta Police Department report number was generated as a result of his arrest. The arrest report details allegations of a firearm found at the location of Mr. Copeland's arrest, as well as the stolen property located there. Exhibit A. The firearm allegation became count 2 of the indictment in the case pending before this court. On August 14, 2015, the Fulton County District Attorney Office indicted Mr. Copeland for the theft of stolen property arising out of the same June 10, 2015 arrest and detailed in the same police report, and that's Exhibit B. On October 19, 2015, the Fulton County District Attorney's Office filed a notice of decision of its district attorney to decline to prosecute the defendant. Exhibit C, the notice says the DA will not prosecute Mr. Copeland for charges arising out of the Atlanta Police Department case number because he is in federal custody awaiting trial for the same offense and transaction. All right, so they're saying that's that. But I believe that is the interview they might be showing. Okay. So I think now that's the guess because the dates align with that. I think they're gonna be showing that. All right, y'all, because I got to take me a little break. I think we're about to listen to one of the lawyers talk about the situation for a second. And then by the time I come back from my break, it should be time to get back to it. Okay, so what I just seen him on live. Did he get off time? Boo, 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 boo. Oh, give me a. Hold on. Yeah. I could have sworn he was on live. Let me see, because yesterday he wasn't talking about nothing when I wanted to unplay it. Okay, they having a little panel discussion. So
and Brian Steele is protecting it as he must in representing his client. Now, what's a more complicated question is what about Little Woody's attorney? When she tells Brian what she perceives to have been a coercion by the prosecution and the judge against her client in the secrecy of an ex parte meeting, I think that she is honor bound to reveal as an officer of the court that there has been quite possibly a coercion and an intimidation and a corruption of a witness while that witness is on the stand. So that is witness intimidation, influencing a witness. That's a felony in Georgia. So I think that Little Woody's attorney, Ms. Bupkis, I think she very well may be in her rights and her obligations as an attorney to reveal what she observed. It doesn't matter if Judge Glanville said, now everybody in here, I'm swearing you to secrecy. because if she believes the judge or the prosecutor committed a crime, she has no obligation to then honor the judge's demand for secrecy.
All right. So, guys, we saw the clip before where the judge and Brian Steele are going at it back and forth. And then sometime after that, the judge actually ordered Brian Steele into custody. And they took him into custody. Now, when they took him into custody, the prosecutors were like, hey, judge, can we talk about this a little bit? Because they knew like it was super shady. And what the judge did upon reflection is to say, okay, I am going to release him to allow him to finish the day. But then in the evening, and once court is done, we are going to, I'm going to take him back into custody. So let us take a look, guys. Let me see, that's not the one I wanted here. Let us take a look at what happens after Brian is incarcerated, but then released to go back to the courtroom. And now the day is finishing up. And the colloquy here is very interesting. We see Ashley Merchant come in and start making some fantastic legal arguments. So let me see if I got it queued up right here. And we're going to get Arturo's expert take on this. So there's Brian Steele. He has been released. He was in the holding tank back there, but the judge released him so that he could finish the day with his client.
Warning.
Wait,
Sir,
is this the right
over
one?
here. Over here.
Okay, here we go.
So they brought down. Okay, Mr. Steele,
Here we go, guys.
are you willing to tell me at this point in time who it is that disclosed this information to you?
And again, that is the whole there. It's like two ships in the night. Both of them are both men are focused on two different things. The judge is focused on one thing, and that is a name. That is all the judge wants. The judge wants to know who the hell he has to punish.
These are two lions in the savannah facing off, and neither is going to back down.
Yes, they are not backing down. You are exactly right. So let's go.
Unbeknownst to me, Gacto was here, but they're not being allowed into your courtroom. I presume they're outside. So I'll wait on them to come in. I'm asking you, sir, because the contempt is for you. It's not to the Georgia Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. I didn't call them, but okay. I mean, and that's. Let me just.
And again, what Brian Steele is saying is like, well, hold up now. Gactyl is outside, 20 to 25 attorneys, and of which Ashley Merchant is the president, and our man here, Arturo Corso, is the president-elect. Brian said, listen, let's wait until the Gactyl members come in. And the judge is like, I don't give a damn about Gactyl. I want to know a name. All right, let's go.
Okay. You said to me, you figured out somebody told me this information, and you somehow said that it's privileged. Can't imagine. Or I eavesdropped. So to me, eavesdropping is a Title 16 crime.
And if you hear anything, Arturo, and you want to jump in, let me know.
Lawyers. So they brought down lawyers. The lawyers are not allowed into your courtroom. It's not on. No, we just. Or they're not in your courtroom. We just don't have any. We just don't have any space, Mr. Steele. And plus, they're welcome to go to aid.
Yeah, and you say bullshit. Now, why is that? They don't have any space. Now, there's a lot of space in that courtroom. But what regular people might not know is that in this particular instance, the jury had been released. Right. And so the whole jury box was empty, right? The whole Arturo.
Lead knows. There's 15 chairs over there next to you, Judge, that are empty.
Yes, we always sit in the jury box, guys. All right, let's go.
8H. I mean, I told Sergeant Ingram that we can let in as many as we possibly can, that we'll fill up our benches at this point in time, that won't violate our security protocols, but that 8H is available. And 8H then has to have right to counsel. because they're here and I'm not going to.
Do you have an attorney that's here for you, sir?
Yeah.
Ashley Merchant is here. She's the president.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll let Ms. Merchant in. That's fine.
Shout out to Ashley Merchant.
Yeah,
Shout out
Ashley
to
Merchant.
Ashley Merchant.
Ashley and the strike force have arrived, Judge.
All right.
Yeah, the
Ms.
speed,
Merchant, good
the
to see you
speed
as
that they
usual.
did that in was so fast.
I have
Here
told
is
your
Ashley.
client, you represent Mr. Steele, is that correct? Yes. For the purposes of the contempt, I've entered the order. I've entered the contempt already. I'm entering the order. I'm about to enter the order. I've held him in contempt earlier from today's proceeding by him not telling me who it is he got this information from. I'm not asking him for any of the sum and substance of the communication. He's been disclosing that, however, and that's why I kind of want to know who told him that. So if he tells me who it is that disclosed that to him, he will be able to purge himself of that contempt, and he's done.
That's civil.
That's the only thing I'm asking for at this point in time. If not, then as you well know, as a criminal contempt, there's no superseded bond, there's no appeal, and I'm going to put him in custody for this evening. And if he wishes to, which he can still purge if tonight Keith Adams emails me or you email me and tell me, well, it was X. So he can. I'm going to give him as much flexibility to purge himself of this contempt. Only thing I want is, because of the way this information was disclosed, it is troubling to the court, and it's very, since it was a ex parte communication. We won't get into the merits of everything else that Mr. Steele has proffered and everything else, but that's the only thing I'm trying to do at this point in time. So I've asked your client for the last time if he would tell me who it is that disclosed that information.
Judge, can you come up to the microphone?
Please. Microphone, it'll pick up, madam.
Now watch as Ashley takes the judge to school.
Yes.
Which one?
It'll turn green. Yeah, it'll turn green. Yes, ma'am.
Is it on now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Judge, just for the record, is the criminal contempt, is it criminal contempt that you held him in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you said you had a hearing earlier today.
With criminal contempt, I told him what the contempt was, and that was he refused to tell, order of the court. If counsel, as you know, if the court orders you to do something and you don't, that's criminal contempt. So I've asked him several times, please just tell me who it is that told you. That I didn't ask or inquire about anything that was said. I just want to know who it was, because he's got too much detail of this particular alleged conversation for the court to be concerned about it. So,
and Judge, since it is a criminal contempt, he is entitled to due process. He's entitled to a hearing, entitled to an actual show cause, entitled to the allegations actually written, entitled to a witness list. We're entitled to present our own witness list and notice of that.
Contempt, criminal contempt is different. It is.
Targaryens are gone. Burn them all!
Is it so a little different, Ms. Merchant? I won't disagree with you, but
well, and
okay.
Judge, just for the record, it's that's direct. So what you're holding him in is in direct criminal contempt.
Yes.
The issue with the direct criminal contempt is whether or not to actually hold a hearing now, whether or not it needs to be held immediately. And the problem is, if you hold him in direct criminal contempt, as you're saying that you did, you are a witness to that proceeding. And so it has to be referred to another judge. Doesn't require a recusal. You actually have to sua sponte send it to another judge because you're a witness to the proceeding.
Show me the case law that says that, Ms.
Yes,
Merchant.
it is Henry McClarty. It's 152 Georgia App 399.
She was
and
ready
it says,
with it.
That is one of the cases. Also, two other cases. Henry Adams, 215 Georgia App 372.
And can you explain to us, why is the judge saying, hey, show me the cases because I don't believe you? Can you kind of give us kind of like a background on the importance of cases and case law and why it's so important to make legal arguments from cases and not just, well, this is how I feel?
Yes. Okay, so the way our system of jurisprudence works, it's all based on prior case law, what we call precedent, meaning decisions that have come before and that guide and shape the law. That's most of it. The other part of the law that we have in jurisprudence is statutory law, which means the legislature has written something and published it in a book. But when a judge asks you for some authority, or when the judge says, can you show me a case that supports your argument, the most excellent lawyers always have a case at the ready, and they give the case citation, which is the name of the case, A versus B, and then the book and page citation to an official court record, a court reporter. Most of all of the law can be found in these case reporter books. And Georgia has its own digest as well. So anyway, that's what the judge is talking about. Can you show me a case? And Ashley says, yes. As a matter of fact, here's the case name, the book you can find it in, the reporter name, the page number, the year it was decided, and it's directly on point. Now, the other thing that the judge is asking about here, or the judge is talking about here, and he's just wrong, is the difference between civil contempt and criminal contempt. And then within each of those two categories, there is something called direct contempt and indirect contempt. So the judge has confused those two. He has conflated those two as if they're the same thing. When the judge says, oh no, this is criminal contempt because it happened right now here in front of me. Well, actually, that's called direct contempt. When you do something in the presence of the judge, in defiance of a judge's order, usually in court, that's direct contempt. When you do something outside of the courtroom, like fail to follow an order, that's indirect contempt. But what the judge is really trying to say here is he wants to have his cake and eat it too. He's calling it criminal contempt. He's calling it direct contempt. And then he's saying, I told you what it was, and I've given you the chance to correct yourself, to purge yourself of contempt by just giving up the name. You know, this is like the Crucible. You know, tell us the name of the other witches, and we'll kill you quickly. But when you can purge yourself and be done and be released, that is the definition of civil contempt. Now, Ashley trapped him. She knew the law when she got there. She knew the judge was misspeaking, and he misspeaks quite a lot during the trial, which you can hardly blame him. He's on camera all day long, every day, week after week. You're going to say some things convoluted, but he's describing it as criminal contempt, but he's saying, look, I'm going to put him in jail, but he can let himself out of jail with the keys in his own pocket by just giving up the name. Well, that's civil contempt. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. You're not following a subpoena. You didn't show up. You didn't. Anyway, that's civil. But the judge is saying it's criminal. Criminal contempt is just like any other criminal offense. You committed a crime. Okay, what was the crime that he supposedly committed? You disrespected my authority in my face on national television, and that makes me mad. I consider that a crime for which I want to punish you. So Ashley comes in and she says, no, judge, if you think it's criminal and you're calling it criminal, he has the right to a trial, to the presumption of innocence, to confront his accusers. And you're the accuser, judge, which means you cannot be the judge. You have to refer this criminal contempt case to a different judge, even though you're the chief judge. Ashley came to play, and she knew it all, and she let the judge hang himself.
100%. Let me give a big shout out to the lead attorney's Ty. All right. Says, why you do me like that, lead? It isn't right. Never thought you would big time me after all we've been through. Man, I got the best trolls on YouTube. All right, best trolls on YouTube. All right, we are going to finish this up, guys. I think the judge says he is going to come back from lunch at 1:45. It is about 1:35 here in Atlanta on the East Coast. So we are going to see how much we can get through before the judge comes back. He'll probably come back around 1:50 or 1:55, but at least technically we got about 10 more minutes.
All right, y'all. If y'all just came in, okay, court is on lunch, okay? Normally, all right, we don't per se get lunch, but your girl had to get some lunch today, okay? So I just got back from picking it up. I'm about to eat my lunch. We are tuning in to the lead attorney's YouTube Okay, they're having a discussion. I felt like it would be needed to actually get some insight from actual attorneys. Okay, because although I be talking my shit, I'm definitely not no attorney. Okay, so and then I like to know when I'm right, so it kind of like boosts my ego a little bit. But anyway, we're gonna be listening to them. I hope y'all got y'all some lunch. Okay, they say they should be back at 1:55. Y'all already know they're not gonna be back at 1:55. But about 1:55, I should be done eating, and then we can talk about some other things while we wait on them to get back. Okay, y'all make sure y'all like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend to pull up on Mickey Troop, and we are live with it.
That people to come in.
What do you think about the judge saying that there's security concerns and they have to vet people when the people are attorneys? You know, what do you think about that?
So it's just, I know you love Judge Glanville, but this is such bullshit. This is such bull. It's like when a police officer is testifying and wants to justify the most aggressive action or the most illegal action. They always say the same thing. Maybe you know what I'm going to say. I was in fear for my life.
Oh yeah.
I was in fear for my life. It was a security protocol. You know, in my training and experience, I anticipated that the accused took a defensive posture, and therefore I escorted him to the ground. What that really means is he looked at me, I didn't like it, so I slammed his ass on the ground.
Yes.
Here, the judge is doing the same thing. The judge knows he's wrong. He's been given citations of authority, but he's on TV and he's the chief and he wants his authority to be recognized. So he's saying, look, yeah, we just have some security concerns here because we're dealing with a bunch of criminals here. And you criminal defense attorneys really aren't much different. How many times have you, especially as an African-American attorney, how many times have you walked into a courtroom and had the judge or the bailiff ask you if you're an attorney or ask you where your attorney is?
Yes, or if I'm with the damn PD's office. And you know, it's so weird as well because as attorneys, you know, we are members of the bar. We have all of these ethical responsibilities to the court. You know, this doesn't really happen in big cities, but when me and Arturo, when we practice cases and we go out to, you know, all these rural towns and cities, especially back in the day, when you walk into the courthouse, if they see you holding a briefcase, they'll just come on in, you know, come right through the metal detectors, walk around the metal detectors because you're an attorney. What are you going to do? Right. And so for the judge to say, oh, we've got all these security concerns, we're concerned about all these attorneys. It's total BS. So Arturo is exactly right.
Especially here in Atlanta and Georgia, where we are. This is a very Black friendly city, a very Black friendly town. If you see a Black person, you should treat them with respect. And that's kind of how our legal community is. But then you have these older judges that just kind of look at you like you're the defendant. I so many times I've enjoyed telling these judges, I will remind you, Your Honor, that I am the attorney and not the defendant.
Yes, you know, down on us minorities. I know y'all think Arturo is white, but he is Colombian. All right, he is Hispanic. You know, the black and the brown forever. All right, so let's keep it going.
With the black hat,
and they can go to 8H, and they can certainly watch the proceedings from there.
Okay. And Judge, for security purposes, they're all attorneys. They're all members of the bar. I can give you all their names.
You still would have to be searched. You still would have to be subject to the court's protocol.
Search?
And also, there's room.
Yeah, can you believe that? Insanity.
In the jury box, and then there's room in the courtroom. So we would ask that they be allowed to.
I don't want them in my jury box, okay?
Not your jury box.
I understand.
My jury box.
Right. All right, let's keep it going here.
Force. He is the chair of the strike force. I'm the.
Yeah, I certainly may.
So Ashley is getting her co-counsel. And what is this strike force? What is that about?
So the Georgia Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers, we call GACTL, is a statewide organization. And within that, we have an elite strike force of attorneys that are standing by at the ready anytime, 24/7, to swoop in and defend our members whenever judges try this bullshit. Many times we get the call and say, hey, this judge is threatening to put me in jail. Why? What'd you do? I'm just standing up for my client's rights. I'm just telling him the law. I'm not doing anything wrong, but I got a judge who's a bully. Don't worry, we'll be right there. And in this case, Brian didn't even call. Other people that were observing what was happening heard the judge say he was holding Brian in contempt. The back phone rings at Gactyl and the strike force comes running. Within minutes, we had 30 lawyers there ready to come in and show the judge what's what. I mean, this is really
That's
the
so
justice.
bad.
Strike
And
force.
it's interesting because his wife, I think is his law partner, she was filing documents at the same time while Ashley was arguing. I think that was all happening within the hour. So it was interesting to watch all of that unfold. But the speed is something that Lead and I were observing throughout the week and just kind of talking about, like, wow, you know, because 2:45 is when that exchange happened and Ashley was there by 4.
Yes, they were
Absolutely.
all there. So
Brian's
many
law
attorneys.
partner is Colette Steele, his wife, and she's a brilliant attorney in her own right. They've been together. It's kind of a nice practice they have over there. Not everybody can work with their spouse, right, Jamie?
That's exactly right. That is exactly right. All right, let's keep it going. Arturo didn't like my wife, guys. It turned out that he was right.
And that's
I love Arturo's wife. Arturo's wife is amazing. My wife.
Oh my God.
Arturo's like, you need to let that one go, Pam. You know, I realized he was right after 10 years. But shout out to Arturo. Let's go.
And I think the judge went ahead and did some other things that caused there to be that issue presented. So I don't think, Adam, I'm gonna take a look at the other case. That was in rehab. That was 215 Georgia 372.
Yes.
The other case, this is second.
And there's several others when you're ready.
All right, so they're going over the cases, so I'm gonna get to the argument.
Those are
Summary contempt by the court. Hasty's conduct didn't rise to a level in this didn't warrant summary contempt by the court. That's the difference with Hasty than in this particular case. So I distinguish your 2 cases that you've given me thus far.
So those were only the initial 2. I had a couple others
Okay, go ahead.
as well. Yes. So Ramirez versus State, it's 27.
Mr. Steele. The contempt order to opportunity to speak in his own behalf, announce punishment summarily and without further notice of hearing. I already did that, Mr. Steele. He's already told me, I already gave him the opportunity to do that. So we had that conversation this morning already. So
And Judge, there's a couple different issues. First, the question is whether or not you need to have that hearing now. I know you're saying that you had the hearing earlier, but regardless, he was entitled to have an attorney at that point and he didn't have one. So the question is initially whether or not you even need to hear this now. And some of the cases I cited along with some others, the summary proceeding is not necessary in a case like this. And the best evidence of that is the trial has continued. It has not stopped this trial. So for you to hold a summary hearing of direct contempt, the court has to be able to state how this interferes with your ability to administer justice in this case.
I can tell you because it is a violation of the sacrosanct nature of the court's ability to hold ex parte conversations without those being broadcast to other people. And as to how that information was disclosed, that's a real problem. That's why it's such an issue for the court at this point in time.
Judge, and Mr. Steele has a right to make a
Let me
motion.
stop it right there. And let me try to make, play devil's advocate a little bit. It's so hard because these violations are so blatant. But it seems like what the judge is saying is like, listen, all right, we are supposed to try to get justice in this courtroom, in this environment. And, attorneys can interact with the jurors and with me. And together, we are going to come up with a fair resolution of this case. However, that cannot be done if the environment is not proper. Now, I know we have a lot of rules, but all of these rules operate inside of an ecosystem, of an environment, of an atmosphere. And for all of these rules to work, the atmosphere, the environment has to be proper. And what I am detecting is that the atmosphere is poisoned. All right. And so we need to resolve the poison in the atmosphere before we get to the nitty-gritty of all these laws and rules concerning what defendants are allowed to know and when. Because if the overall environment doesn't function, nothing functions. And what I am sensing is that there is a violation of the I think the judge call it the sacrosanctity of the environment. And so how is it if the environment is flawed, anything operating in that environment is fixed, then we can focus in on the things that are operating inside the environment. What do you think about that?
So I like the way you put that so much, because you're talking about this environment in an ecosystem, and that makes one word pop to my mind, and that is symbiosis. We have to have a symbiotic relationship in the courtroom between the defense side, prosecution side, and the judge. Okay, and that just means symbiotic means we work together. We each bring something to the table. We each receive something from the other. But when a judge sits on high and refers to his office in the back as sacrosanct, that is Napoleon putting the crown on his own head. Do you remember Napoleon in the ceremony? He reached up and he took from the Pope the crown and he placed it on his own head rather than letting the Pope put it on his head, as had been done in the ceremonies previously. This is Judge Glanville putting the crown on his own head and saying, my office is sacrosanct because I am superior to you who sit below. And that's wrong. That is just wrong. The judge requires of us as officers of the court to bring him the case, to bring the case to the jury. The prosecution is on one side, the defense is on the other side, and together we have what's called an adversarial system. And the idea is that if we fight it out between us and we both do our best and give it our all, that the truth will emerge from that adversarial system. The judge will preside over calling balls and strikes like an umpire, and the truth will emerge so that the jury can pronounce the verdict. And that's what verdict means, is truth. Verdad, la verdad, the truth. That's not happening when the judge breaks off the rules and takes one side into his chambers, closes the door, swears everyone to secrecy, and puts the crown on his own head. The judge is wrong. He's badly, badly wrong in this case.
Right. All right. Let's keep it going. He knows it. He does know it. But he wants to fix the hole in the environment. There's a leak. All right, let's go.
If there were,
He does. I'm not saying anything, but you know, he.
And guys, just to let y'all know, I am watching the stream for the trial. They've not started back yet, but I just want to let everybody know that I'm paying attention. They've not come back from lunch yet.
I think the judge want to be a politician. Okay, that's what it sounds like to me, because he's trying to change how the protocol works. Like, at the end of the day, you can't just go for what you want to know and say forget all the possible infractions that happen that could play a part in the handling on this case. So that was interesting to get his insight on that.
Judge, I don't agree.
Well,
I believe that
I'm gonna disagree with you. Okay.
I believe that the court has put him in that position.
No.
He cannot be held in the law states. McClarity, which I cited to you earlier.
And it's true that direct summary contempt, which arises in the presence of the court, intends to scandalize it and or hinder, obstruct the orderly process of the administration of justice. The preservation of order and decorum in the court is exempt from due process requirements of notice and hearing. That's even Moody, goes back to 1974. So I believe that Mr. Steele, he can file whatever motions, but his particular actions in this case, I just want to know who told him this. That's all. I'm not asking him to release or otherwise tell any conversations, but I just want him to tell me that.
And Judge, so that's what you want, but that does not conflate to a contempt. Your desire for him to answer your question does not mean that you have the power to hold him in
So
contempt.
you can come into court, Mr. Merton, and not answer a question of the court and not be held in contempt?
If it's a question that the court is not permitted to ask, yes.
Okay.
Let me stop it right there. What do you think about that, Arturo? You know, when the judge says, wait a minute, so you can come into court, Arturo, and I can ask you a question and you can refuse to answer it, you know?
Absolutely. You are not the king.
All right.
You are just another lawyer sitting 12 inches higher than my table and wearing a dress. You are the umpire. You call balls and strikes, but you are not the emperor. You don't get to put questions. I mean, who do you think you are? I'll not have questions put me like that.
Right. This is so crazy. You can tell that the judge, and again, this judge served our country for 30 years. And, I would imagine has a very high rank in the military. And so when you have that military mindset of, I speak and you follow my directions, and then you couple that with being a judge, and not only a judge, but a chief judge, you can have a little bit of an ego. You can absolutely go on a power trip. Let's go.
Well, this is a question the court's permitted to ask.
And it's our position, if we had a hearing, we could explain to the court why he is not required. First of all, the court accused him of eavesdropping. That is a crime. He has a Fifth Amendment privilege against answering those questions. Rule 1.6 protects all confidential information that is gained not from your client, but in representation of your client. He has the ability to protect that information. But we don't even need to get there, because he can't be held in contempt, and you can't threaten him with contempt for presenting a motion in good faith. He presented a motion in good faith that he believed there were ex parte communications. You are a witness to that, because it's my understanding that you were part of those ex parte communications. They can't be ex parte if you weren't part of them by nature.
Okay, well,
you have to be involved. Therefore, you have to be a witness. So you are a witness. You cannot also.
But you got the information. But here's the thing: you got the information allegedly from an improper methodology. I'm not saying that he eavesdropped. Okay, I said that one of the things is it's either one of two ways. He either eavesdropped, which I don't believe he did at all. I don't believe that for a minute. But I do believe that somebody did tell him what was the sum and substance of the court's conversations, and that would not be permissible.
Judge, let's just back up for a second. He makes a motion because he has reason to believe that there were ex parte communications made. The court has a duty, if there are ex parte communications made, to alert counsel. He shouldn't have had to learn it from wherever he learned it.
I think that he caused that particular circumstance. I think that he had a conversation with somebody, and he got some information that he shouldn't have had to begin with. So, Ms. Merchant, I'm of the opinion I'm going to stand on my ruling at this point in time. I'm going to hold him in contempt. So,
what do you think about that, Arturo? When Ashley says, well, wait a minute, Judge, you had an ex parte communication with the witness and the prosecutors, and you didn't tell Brian Steele, and the judge says, well, that's Brian.
The more love we give, the more grandmas we charm. The more grand.
All right. Hopefully soon we'll be back at it. Okay. Yeah, she definitely put her defense together within a couple hours. We played her interview with Law and Crime where she said as soon as she got the notion, she was in the car on the way.
As you might expect from anyone who has to talk all day, every day on camera, you're gonna make some flubs.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a particularly bad flub for him to try to flip the script. I mean, it's like Judge Lane was like pulling an ex-girlfriend shit. They try to flip the script on you when they did wrong, and they're trying to tell you how you did it. I just remember that clip of Patrice O'Neal, the long explanation about why he cheated on his wife. He's like, yes, I sneak out of the house. I'm very quiet. Yes. And I do that for you.
Right.
I don't want to wake you up going to do what I'm going to do.
You
Judge Lambert is saying Brian Steele is in trouble because Brian Steele listened to someone telling him what I was doing wrong in the back room. That's absurd. Brian Steele did what he had to do, which was to immediately bring to the attention of the court and to the record that he learned of information of impropriety, coercion, witness intimidation of a witness while they're on the stand. And when these cases get to the Court of Appeals, there is this concept called harmless error. We could probably do a whole show on harmless error, but what it basically means is if the Court of Appeals reads the whole record and they say, yeah, there were these mistakes, and yeah, that was probably wrong, and but you know what? He was guilty anyway, so it's harmless error. You cannot sit quietly and let error happen. You have to document it. You have to create a record. You have to do it timely and immediately. And you could just tell that this judge had his mind made up.
And it's just so unfortunate too. Yeah, I was going to say it's just so unfortunate too, just to watch it happen. Especially me being a newbie in this legal space, right? It's seeing how some of this stuff plays out, but it's unfortunate because he didn't put justice first. he put his own needs first, you know? So if we're thinking of about what Brian Steele was doing, he was doing his job. He was protecting his clients' rights. And we saw this play out now nationally, where it's been all over news outlets throughout the week. So I think, you know, for people coming up in the legal space, it's just really unfortunate to see.
100%. Everybody, y'all know I don't ask y'all for much, man, but somebody write HVM, high value man on deck. Says the judge has on 12-inch heels and a dress. Shout out to high value man on deck. From one high value man to another, we have my brother here, my best friend, my former law partner, Arturo Corso, an expert in criminal law. Thank you so much.
All right. I hope y'all had a good lunch. Y'all already know these people do not be on time. We had a lot that was said on the leading lawyer. They gave some of their opinions from a lawyer's perspective on it. Yeah, I ate some Bojangles and I'm full as hell. Okay, so hopefully I don't even took a nap. But anyway. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. I got this straight. Okay, I'm trying to get it together. But yeah, we waiting for court to come back into session. Hopefully we can get into some more juicy stuff on the second half of the day. Just a quick recap. It kind of, the first half started off with, again, Lil Woody, aka Kenneth Copeland, returning to the stand. They asked him if he knew any other defendants that were in the courtroom besides Shannon Steele, what's all their names? Young Thug, the one in the front. I can't remember what his nickname was. Yak Gotti, and it was another one. He said he didn't know nobody else. They brought up Young Thug's sister, Dolly White. The state did say that we would hear that name more in regards to the Lil Wayne bus shooting. They haven't went into details about that. Shout out to Kim Bella, who states that she thinks Dolly White's going to take the stand. I do know, yes, she has been on the witness list for the state since the beginning. To my understanding, I briefly went through their files to see if I can find a subpoena for her. I don't believe she has been served to be a witness yet. So y'all let me know what y'all think. If she will get served, will she testify against her brother? Also, towards the end, before we went to lunch, Lil Woody was presenting a video, which he stated he didn't know no one in the video. And if it's the video that we saw while the jury and the witness was out, he technically is in the video, right? They then went and we could see that it was an interrogation video. And I'm assuming it's his 2015 interrogation video for when he was arrested for a theft and gun charge. He then said, no, that's not him either. They had a sidebar, so we don't know if they're going to play the video or not, or submit it into evidence. What I can say, in my opinion, I feel like that will probably be bad for Woody if that interrogation footage is shown, because I personally, in my opinion, think he said probably a little too much during that time. That was the time where allegedly, right, according to paperwork, he was a target. He literally had a bounty on him, and people was trying to kill him day in and day out, literally. Okay. But we'll see what happens when they come back. So, like, y'all continue to run up the chat, continue to let me know what y'all think throughout. And that's pretty much what I got. Like I said, I kind of went over some of my research I've done on him in the past. As far as like what I think everything or what he could bring to the table, I do think he will be a key witness as far as the Nut murder. Now, again, we have spoke on it a couple times since Monday. Brian Steele did bring up the fact that allegedly, right, he has admitted to prosecutors that he was involved in the shooting. That is going to be a very key thing, because if he got immunity for that particular murder, he's probably expected to give up everybody else that was involved, including Young Thug. Cause remember the whole rental car situation. Okay. So if that is the case, that could be a safety issue, because at the end of the day, it still is, people and family and of Nut that probably would still want to get whoever was involved in the murder of Nut. So I can see why the state would want to say it's a safety issue. Okay. On the other hand, he could do a whole 360 loop and just take ownership for it himself and not throw the rest of the people that's allegedly involved under the bus. Who knows at this point? One thing we can probably all agree on is Lil Woody has been like a shaky type witness. You really don't know which way he's gonna go. Okay, he did look a little irritated towards the end of the first half once they showed him that interrogation video. I personally feel like that would be more damning to him and his whole personal life more than his 2022 one would have been. Okay, but that's just my opinion. We'll see what happens with it. Well, I thought they probably would have came back by now. Let me see. There's really not too much more that I really have to say about it at this point. Until more things happen. So I guess we'll tune in back into the lead lawyer for a little while. I do want to get into the Rivers video, but probably not right now. I don't let too much time pass. And then we'll just go from there when everything starts back up. Okay, y'all? I'm trying to keep y'all with some stuff in your ears instead of just quietness, and I know that will be boring. So we're gonna listen to them a little bit longer until they get back on the stand.
Argue. You got to argue that the whole environment is coercive. You're back there in his chambers. He is the authority figure. He's the referee, and he's trying to tell you, this is how it's going to go. And there's definitely a power dynamic there.
We've been talking about how Brian Steele is a hero here, how Ashley Merchant's a hero here. We just might find out that Attorney Butkus is a hero here.
Yes.
Her truth has yet to come out. We'll see.
We are going to find out on the 20th.
And why are we in hour 2 of a lunch break, Judge? Listen, what are you researching back there? What order are you writing to incarcerate lead right now?
All right, they're coming to get us. Arturo, you causing too much trouble. I am following the feed, guys. They are still not back from lunch yet. The judge says they are coming back at 1:45. It is now 2:03 here in Atlanta, and where this case is taking place. So we're just gonna keep going with this until the judge comes back on the bench. Let's go.
I think that he had a conversation with somebody and he got some information that he shouldn't have had to begin with. So, Ms. Merchant, I'm of the opinion I'm going to stand on my ruling at this point in time. I'm going to hold him in contempt. So at this point in time, is there anything else you want to tell me?
Well, let's kind of end it right here because we all know kind of how this ends. But let me ask you, Arturo, the big question here, the biggest question, what everybody is talking about, one word starts with the M, mistrial. Everybody agrees apparently that there was an error here. What do you think is the proper remedy for a case that, it took about a year, 8 months to a year just to pick the jury. And then they've been going another, however many months. We're probably in it to a year and a half. And, the state of Georgia has spent millions and millions of dollars on this case. It's one of the biggest cases, if not the biggest case the state of Georgia has ever had. Is there a way to remedy this without a mistrial? And second question, do you think that a mistrial is an appropriate remedy for this? Or what do you think? How does this get resolved? That's what I'm asking.
It may never be resolved to the true satisfaction of the law or of justice, but it's probably the case is going to continue. Judge Glanville is not going to grant a mistrial under any circumstances. He's come too far. He would face too much repercussions to grant a mistrial at this stage, even if it's a mistrial he caused. I cannot imagine even in Judge Glanville's most clear state of mind, him coming in one morning and saying, I've reflected on it. I was wrong, and my errors have made it so that these defendants cannot get a fair trial, and therefore I am granting a mistrial. It's just not going to happen. Okay? But the errors that have occurred in these last 2 full days of trial are twofold. One is the conduct of this secret hearing. Okay, but another one is, we haven't touched on much, but is when they called little Woody back to the stand and in front of the jury asked him a question. I think they asked him, his question was like, "What's your name?" And the second question was, "How old are you?" He went, "I plead the fifth." Well, it's a little known, I don't want to call it a technicality, but when a lawyer calls a witness to the stand, knowing in advance that that witness plans to invoke his or her Fifth Amendment privileges, and if they do that in front of the jury, it is a permanent stain on the jury, on the trial process itself. And it almost always results in the granting of a mistrial. So let me throw a little conspiracy theory out there to you for a second. Remember on Friday when Lil Woody's previous attorney was there and he took the stand and he said, "My client's not going to testify." And then the judge said, "You guys go out and talk. We're going to take a little break." They come back from the break. They ask Lil Woody, "Are you going to testify?" He says, "Yes, I am." They say, "Okay, question number 1, question number 2." And he goes, "I plead the fifth." Brian Steele stood up and he said, "Your Honor, I have a motion." The judge sent the jury out of the room because it is not permitted to knowingly allow a witness to invoke the fifth in front of the jury. It stains the whole legitimacy of the process. And you'll hear, if you go back and look at that footage on Friday, you'll hear Brian Steele describe how his case has been now poisoned by that error in presentation of evidence, because it taints the entire process, because it tells the jury this person who has taken the stand refuses to answer a question on the basis that it may incriminate them in a crime. And that person is who the government has painted day after day after day as Young Thug's lieutenant, his best friend. So if that guy can't talk without...
Hey, before we bring him out, can you keep the door closed, please? All right. Mr. Steele, Miss Hilton's back, so.
So, what I was saying
In regards to, you were telling me that you had another, or you wanted to be heard in regards to states 378 378 Yankee Echo 1.
it's a June 10th, 2000.
Yeah, and that's what I need to find out. Is it, Ms. Hilton, is that the June 10th, 2015 interview purportedly of Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
Okay.
What I want to alert the court is that district attorney wants to use for impeachment. We're not showing just to the witness, listening closely. It's going to be broadcast. The court allowed that in. But they're playing like a 2-second snippet. The issue is, did you ever FaceTime with Jeffrey Williams? And in those sections, there is absolutely, I FaceTime with Jeffrey. I was with someone who FaceTime with, I think they call him Thug.
I think there's 3 up at the bench we talked about. There's 3 separate times that he purportedly testifies or he gives in his interview inconsistently with that.
What I want to alert, and what I said earlier, is it just seems to me to be a tricky way to do it, because if you don't shut the recording or start the recording right away, it goes into, we have a problem. I'm not forgetting about this. And these are things that should not go to impeachment, or did you call this person? So I don't know why they're doing it like that. But I'm just warning you, because you always told me that the informed judge...
Forewarned judge is a happier judge, yes.
I'm telling you, because otherwise I'm just going to approach and say, You know, I don't know why that was played. You'll say, I agree, that's not impeachment, but there's nothing to do about it.
Okay. I understand your concern. Ms. Hilton, are you and Ms. Knight, or your audio team sure that you can cut it off?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe that there are breaks in which you can.
Have you tested it already?
I have previously. Now, for things I have.
Are you going to do that, or is that going to be handled by the three lawyers sitting in the back?
No, to ensure it, I am going to handle the portions of impeachment.
All right, because so it's on you if it runs over, okay? And Mr. Steele's made it very clear that there may be a challenge if that's the case, okay? So I would encourage you to just act accordingly, okay? All right, was that your concern, sir? Is that it for now? Okay, all right. Let's bring Mr. Copeland in, please. And while we're doing that, summon our jurors.
Well, we're getting into the nitty gritty. The nitty gritty. Let me find out Woody and down did a FaceTime at the police department. That shit gonna be crazy. But we about to see. I guess they about to play a snippet of it. I tell you, Woody ain't gonna be able to leave. They have police with them at all times. They have police with them at all times. Can I elaborate? What's about to happen is basically they're about to play a piece of the audio from the interrogation or the interview video. If it runs over to a certain part of the video, the defense for Young Thug Brian still already said he's going to object to it because basically they're only supposed to play this certain part to impeach him. So, like I told y'all, as far as like with Felicia Holmes, he's not sticking to his original story. So now they're about to play the audio showing that yes, indeed, this is you to impeach him on that particular.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Ms. Hilton, whenever you are ready, man, you may resume your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, permission to sit briefly for this portion.
You
of
may,
it.
madam.
Now, Mr. Copeland, when we left off, I asked you about FaceTiming with Doug. I'm now going to play from your June 10th, 2015 interview, began at 10:35:51 to 10:35:53. Of course, indulge for one moment.
They shaking. They scared they gonna play it too far. She's shaking in her boots. You get one shot at this, ma'am.
Do you hear yourself when you said you FaceTime Thug?
Say it again.
Did you hear when you said you FaceTime Thug?
I heard I say something. I can't recall what I said. I have a hearing problem.
I'm now going to play on that same date, 3/47/40 to 3/47/41.
And where I supposed to listen to it?
Yes, sir.
I bet he thought that shit wasn't gonna never surface.
Do you hear when you said you called FaceTime on Thug? You called Thug on FaceTime for Kel.
Your ear better than mine.
And the next, we're gonna play June 10th, 2015, 3/48/05 to 3/48/06.
I've been stealing on that man for help. God damn it. He said the homies ain't gonna believe him now.
Did you hear you say Thug FaceTime me back?
Your ear better than mine.
It looked like his heart beating fast as shit.
So again, have you used FaceTime to speak with Thug?
I don't recall.
All right. Now, when using FaceTime, have you previously told investigators why you understand people to use FaceTime? The reason why your friend group uses FaceTime?
Objection calls for speculation.
They better get that man some water. His chest going up and down, up and down.
Subject to more foundation.
Why do you use FaceTime?
I don't use FaceTime.
Have you ever used FaceTime?
Objection asked and answered.
Oh, sir.
Have you ever used FaceTime?
People have FaceTime.
And when people have FaceTime you, is there a preferred reason why you have used FaceTime?
I be thinking people be trying to see where I'm at.
I'll sustain this as speculation at this point.
Have you told investigators why you and others use FaceTime?
What's your objection? You have an objection?
It's a compound question, it's half of it calls for speculation.
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Yeah.
Sure. Have you told investigators why you and your friends use FaceTime?
I don't recall it.
Do you recall meeting with investigator Viborito and investigator Flores in October of 2021?
I think so.
Okay. And during that interview, did you speak with them about why FaceTime is used?
I don't recall it.
All right. In that interview,
Check your polls. Check your polls.
did you tell investigators?
Basis.
She's about to be the witness, and it's also an improper question if you can approach.
You can approach, sure.
That man, they're like, what the fuck? I bet he wish he was in a different state where they don't keep no shit that long. If he was in Illinois, that shit wouldn't even been, they wouldn't even had it no more. Listen, this is crazy. Y'all better pay attention where y'all want to be street niggas at. Learn them laws. Y'all think learning laws and stuff for squares. Y'all better understand where y'all be at. He said, I don't recall shit. I don't even remember. Matter of fact, I can't even see it. I can't hear. I can't do none of that. That shit ain't gonna fly but for too long though. But the snip, I kind of feel like that was a good thing to say though, because the snippets were so fucking short. You really, excuse me, you really, to be honest, you really can't hear. If Brian still wouldn't have said what he was saying before I heard, I probably wouldn't be able to catch what he was saying at first either. But yeah, shit's starting to heat up. Shit's starting to heat up for sure. That got to be crazy to have that many damn interviews though. Like they done said your 2015 interview, your 2021 interview, then it's a 2022 interview or something. Was it 2022 interview? Whatever that interview was that got put out on the internet. Yeah. But that 2015 one, that boy looked like a deer caught in the headlight. But welcome to reality, people. Okay, reality. Let this be. Everybody should learn from the YSL case. Whatever you got going on, you should learn a lot from this case. And if you don't learn a lot, your mind just ain't ready. Like you should utilize a lot of lessons that is taught throughout this case. Okay. Lamar, I told you the man been snitching since 1942. Well, you know, I ran his. I mean, I knew, but again, it. You know, some people say, "Hey, talking to the police, you know, being picked up by the gang unit and all that ain't snitching." You know how these internet street dudes be talking, so you know. But you know. You know. You know. But he ain't gonna be able to run from them now, especially if they get to playing more and more. Because right now they just starting off. They did all that just to show that indeed he did FaceTime Young Thug. They haven't even gotten into the real meat and potatoes yet with what he had to say. So I see now what they on. They don't mind impeaching him. It's gonna be on the notions of, okay, you either gonna tell us in real time what we want to know, or we gonna pull your old shit. Why is that loading like that? Hold on, y'all. Okay, that's their feed. But yeah, so you either gonna tell us now what's going on, or you gonna tell us from the past and we gonna play what's going on, okay? Oh nah, he cooked. The dummy was better off pleading the fifth. No. Well, to be honest, he's not better off pleading the fifth if he admitted to a murder. Like on some real shit. Because obviously they trying to put belt to ass for that case. So if he hadn't admitted to doing a murder, he's better off getting his ass on that stand since he's there and take the immunity and get it done. I feel like at this point it's gonna be what the world is seeing. What dudes down there or people down there in Atlanta is gonna see now, because there ain't gonna be no more, oh, you know, this I just went, gave him a little finesse. I ain't say nothing now. It's about to be shown what you say, okay? Right. I agree with you, Kimbella, for sure. This is crazy. But we about to get back into it. Oh, I hope they ain't not back on another break. You know, when they ask me on pause for a minute, it's always a comfort break. Hell, he was better off saying he was high on fucking drugs back then. He don't remember shit. Lamar, you funny. Not the second home, the snitches is crazy.
Madam, you may resume when ready.
I'm going to show you and play for you. Excuse me, okay. In October 2021, do you recall meeting with Investigator Viverito, Investigator Flores at Atlanta Police Department at headquarters?
I guess. You said, did I meet with them? Or did they drag me up there?
Either one, either way.
Nah, I most definitely meet with them up there.
Okay. Were you in a room present with them and they questioned you?
They questioned me.
This would be the time to be the biggest drug user ever. Okay? This is the time. You supposed to be up there scratching, shaking, going like, this is the time to be a drug head, okay? Because then your testimony wouldn't be reliable anyway. And I'm talking hard drugs. You can't go in there and say you just smoke weed. You got to fuck it. You got to go in there and say you on some hard shit. Now this
through
is
126:43.
All right.
And FaceTime them right in your face and let you hear these niggas talk. Because they think that FaceTime can't be monitored, which is stupid. Every last one of you need to talk on FaceTime.
And I'm going to conclude that at 125:45. Do you hear yourself when you say, excuse me?
I'll sustain the objection.
Excuse that, lady. Someone excuse me.
What is the reason why FaceTime is used?
Huh?
What is the reason why FaceTime is used?
What you mean?
Overruled, sir. You can have a continued objection. You can answer the question, sir.
You look like the fuck.
The video say,
Overruled, gentlemen, Mr. Sharp, Mr. Steele.
FaceTime is used because it can't be monitored.
That's what I said.
Did you hear yourself say that in the video?
I told you I got a hearing problem.
Would you like me to play back for you?
You can play it. If I can't put it in my ear, I won't be able to recognize what I said. It's the sound of it.
I understand. Have you ever heard of 30 deep?
You said, have I ever heard of 30 deep?
Yes.
Yeah.
And what's 30 deep?
What you mean?
How have you heard of that term, 30 deep?
How have I heard of the term 30 deep?
Yes.
Can you ask me in a way I can understand?
Sure. You said you've heard of 30 deep. You said you've heard of it, 30 deep.
I know about 30 deep.
Okay. What do you know about 30 deep?
What you mean? What do I know about it?
Tell the truth. You said you know about 30 deep. What do you know about 30 deep?
It's 30 deep. That's what I would have said.
I'm overruling the objection.
It's 30 deep.
I state the objection.
I haven't asked the question.
He said he sustained it, woman.
All right, you can go ahead and rephrase, madam.
What is 30 deep?
My neighborhood.
Is 30 deep a gang?
His facial expression, it's gonna be means.
Huh?
Is 30 deep a gang?
Is it a gang?
Yes, sir.
And what you define as a gang?
How do you define a gang? Or do you, let me strike that. Is 30 deep a group of individuals?
That boy said he in slow class already.
Meaning?
You said 30 deep is your neighborhood.
Yes, it's my neighborhood.
Okay. Is 30 deep a group of people in your neighborhood?
No, it's just, I don't know.
Is it a group of people from your neighborhood?
I just know my neighborhood, I was growing up, I used to hear 30 deep a lot.
Hell, it's a fucking neighborhood. Shit.
And when you heard of 30 deep, what did you understand it to be? What was your understanding of it?
It was cool.
And when you say it was cool, what do you mean?
Like, you know, I thought it was cool. I just see and heard people say 30 deep.
And when you saw and heard people say 30 deep, were they talking about people together?
Overruled, sir. I'll stand that.
When you heard people talk about 30 deep, what was your understanding of what they were talking about?
I heard the rapper say, and his song 30 deep. I don't know. I heard Gucci Man rap about it. I heard like Jeezy rap about it. I don't know.
Have you ever been a member or an associate of 30 deep?
I don't know what associate mean.
Have you ever been around a group of people who identify themselves as 30 deep?
Have I ever been around a group of people that identify themselves at 30 deep?
Yes.
Niggas supposed to say I live in 30 deep. It's your neighborhood, bro. Like,
I know someone who I guess they say was 30 deep.
Did you ever consider yourself 30 deep?
No.
Okay. What about, did you ever consider yourself part of DRC?
No, I consider myself 372.
And what is that why your Instagram was Woody 372?
My Instagram, Woody versus Woody.
Back in 2014, did you have the Woody 372 Instagram?
I told you I don't recall the Instagram. Back then they had several fake accounts with my name in it, but it wasn't mine.
love,
You
we
said
don't
you
want
consider
your
yourself
nose.
372. What was 372?
It ain't for you to know.
I'm going to ask you again, Mr. Copeland. What was 372?
372.
Was that a game?
What do you define as a game?
Mr. Copeland, I'm asking a question.
I can't answer your question if I don't know what you're talking about.
Was it you and a group of people a part of 372?
And what's a group of people?
3 or more people.
Well, yeah, but it wasn't no. We didn't hang on it. Like we wasn't. I guess.
Do you remember in February of 2015 talking about 30 deep in an interview with Investigator Jason and Investigator Dennis?
Huh?
Do you recall meeting with Investigator Dennis and Investigator? Do you remember meeting with Investigator Curry, in February of 2015 at Atlanta Police Department?
He misspeak a lot to be a lawyer.
Was I handcuffed?
You were not.
Nah, I don't remember.
Do you recall having to go to the Atlanta Police Department after someone came to your home and shot at you?
Spaces.
You're gonna have to orient.
I'm gonna rule the objection as to form. If you got a better objection, Mr. Steele, you can pose it. Overruled.
Do you recall going to the Atlanta Police Department on February?
She's got to orient the witnesses to time and place, so I'm gonna overrule the objection, okay?
Do you recall having to go to the
You
Atlanta
leaving like hell.
in February of 2015 after you were the victim of an egg assault in which people tried to shoot at you?
I sustain the objection.
After somebody shot at you, your child, and your child's mother. Do you recall having to go to the Atlanta Police Department to be interviewed for that?
Yes.
What happened there? Okay. And do you recall speaking with a detective during that interview?
I don't know who I spoke with.
Okay. But do you remember, it doesn't matter, do you remember speaking with a detective about
Yes.
what happened with you? And during the course of that interview, do you recall being asked about your affiliation with or your association with 30 Deep?
What you asking me?
Okay. Do you remember the detective asking you if you were a part of 30 Deep?
Love, be quiet. Let her talk.
What I say?
You have to ask yes or no. Do you remember being asked that question?
No, I don't remember her asking me.
Okay.
I'm so tired of hearing her whisper.
Do you remember saying that
Basis. I need a form of the objection. Oral, sir. Again, if you pose another objection, I'll listen to it.
He asked you, he told you, you said to him, it's a whole gang.
I sustain the objection.
Let me ask you this. Let me just play it. Your Honor, the state will be playing the February 20th, 2015 interview, 156-28 through 156-44.
Oral, sir. You said hearsay. I've overruled it. All right. Thank you. It's impeachment. Is that correct, madam?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Not you speaking for the prosecution, Judge. That's something they supposed to say.
Sure.
There's no exhibit number, nothing for the record.
I'm going to mark it.
Let me fix that. Yes. You do need to mark it as for identification, madam.
Yes, Your Honor. The state would like to send a 378 Yankee Charlie, and it'll be from 156-28 to 156-44.
378 Yankee Charlie.
Yes, Your Honor. 378 Yankee Charlie.
And
Shit, shit seemed like law school. Like he the profession and the prosecution the students.
any objection to say 378 Yankee Charlie from 15-620 to 15-644?
I can't hear you. I'm asking what this exhibit to be.
This is the February 20th, 2015 interview of Mr. Copeland.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll object also to hearsay. I heard the state say this was the investigators.
You're right. I have to give context to the entire statement.
I'll overrule the objection. It's admitted, maybe
The
that
blind leading the
admitted
blind.
from (15-620) to 15-644.
This the same shit they had to do in the opioid.
Huh? What were you associated with? And then everything else that I rolled about with it is starting to come back to haunt.
Your Honor, I'm going to go back because I think it's maybe 156-27.
They done put the man baby mama on the camera. Goddamn. And even though they impeached him, he's still gonna have his own deal.
You was 30 deep. Huh? My cousin, I was. What were you associated with? And then everything else that I rolled about with it is starting to come back to haunt.
And we're ending at 156-45.
Well, he just said he wasn't 30
I'm going to
years
also
old.
show you. You know what? Strike that. To your knowledge, was Demekion Garlington part of 30B?
No,
To your knowledge, was Shannon part of 30B?
no,
Did you ever claim affiliation with the Bloods?
who, me?
Yes, you.
Yeah,
Okay. What blood set?
Bloods, period.
When you say Bloods, period, what do you mean?
Blood. I call myself a blood.
Did you ever leave or stop calling yourself a Blood?
You say, did I start calling myself a blood?
Yes.
Yeah,
When was that?
2015.
And
I think 2015.
And do you have tattoos that would be considered representative of being a member of the Bloods?
No,
Do you have a 5-point star tattoo?
it don't have nothing to do with blood, though.
Okay. Do you have a 5-point star tattoo?
Yeah.
How many of them do you have?
A lot,
When you say a lot, can you put that in numbers?
more than 5.
And with your 5-point stars, are they colored? Do they have a color?
Yeah.
What color is that?
What you mean? What color are they?
Yeah, what color are your 5-point stars?
Some are just plain, some red, some green.
Do you know how many red ones you have?
No,
Okay. Do you know how many green ones you have?
no,
Do you know how many that are not colored at all?
no.
Was Demekion part of the Bloods?
You gotta ask him that.
Okay, I'm asking you,
Not to my knowledge.
right? Do you
Well, I don't know. I can't say not to my knowledge. I don't know where he was.
do you recall in January of 2015 being interviewed at the Atlanta Police Department? And this was after you had been shot at on the highway?
What about it?
Do you recall being interviewed at the Atlanta Police Department?
No, I don't remember.
I'm going to mark State's Exhibit 378Y Yankee Bravo. And I'm going to play from 646:34 to 646:43.
What was the second part? 646.
34 to 646:43. And the 378 Yankee Bravo is the January 28th, 2015 interview of Mr. Kenneth Copeland.
That dude got too many fucking interviews. I swear. Interviews with audio is the crazy part. Like, nigga, did you ever?
Are you moving to admit that, madam?
Just for the purposes of impeachment, Your
Okay,
Honor.
all right, okay. All right, it's been identified.
Mr. Copeland, is that you in this video on the screen?
I guess.
D told them y'all ain't help me. He said, "Cuz you ain't hang with them, you hang with them. They supposed to help you." D told Kel them? Yeah, cause D and Kel them supposed to be the same group. Right. So D tell them that, so they like, but me and Kel are at top. I'm like, bro.
What group is D and Kel part of?
That shit crazy.
I don't know.
Are they both part of, at the time in 2014, were they both part of If Gang?
Overrule, sir.
Are they a part of If Gang?
I don't know.
Do you know if Shannon was ever a member of the Bloods?
Not to my knowledge.
Can you please put up State's Exhibit 351?
She is not on a roll, love. God damn it. Shit. We can hear you.
I'm looking at State's Exhibit 351Y. Are you wearing red?
Yeah.
Okay. Is Shannon wearing red?
Yeah.
And is that's DB in the middle? Does DB have on a red hat?
Yeah.
Okay. The way that DB has his hands with his thumbs together and his middle and pointer finger up, what does that, what if anything does that mean?
It ain't me. You ain't gonna never see me doing it. I don't know.
Do you know that to be the symbol for SMM?
I do not know.
Okay. Is that a red bandana on your right ankle?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you have a red bandana on your right ankle?
Because I wanted to wear it on my right ankle.
Okay. Does it have anything to do with the Bloods wearing red on the right side of their body?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. Does Shannon have a red object inside of the right side of his pants?
Ask him.
I'm asking you by looking at the picture. Does he have something red inside? of his
Okay, yeah.
All right. Now your hands. What is your hand symbolizing?
Zone 3.
Okay. Is that not a C and K for Crip Killer?
Who hand? You see my hand?
Your hand.
Can you zoom in so she can see the picture? There you go.
Okay, so is that not a C and a K for Crip Killer?
It's me throwing up zone 3. You see the 3?
All right. Any reason why you have the red bandana on your right ankle, not your left ankle?
Overrule objection.
I'm pretty sure you go get pictures with me having it all over my body. Left, right, head, neck, belt.
Now, have you ever claimed to be a part of ABG?
Me?
Atlanta Blood Gang?
Me?
Yes, you.
Never.
Okay. Do you recall being interviewed by the Atlanta Police Department on January 11th, 2015 with an investigative Thorpe?
Yes.
Okay.
Goddamn.
Your Honor, this time the state's going to tender State's Exhibit 378 Yankee Alpha for impeachment purposes, playing 329:46 to 330:13.
All right, hold on 1 second.
He said, blow that up so she can look at it again. That was funny.
Yankee Alpha 329:46 to 330. I should say 30:13.
To the extent that it doesn't comport with a prior and consistent statement, yes.
I'll note your objection. I'll note your objection, Mr. Sharp. Overrule, sir. All right, it's admitted.
This is how they get their witnesses to give the testimony they want them to give, by impeaching them and able to play the original statements so the jury can hear it. Smart move. Could backfire if the jury just thinks the dude is a liar altogether. But most time when you talking about gang shit and all that, they're gonna go with the original statement. Hey, Woody ain't never asked for a fucking lawyer. That man had at least 5 interviews already. That man ain't never said lawyer. That shit crazy. Well, yeah, hopefully. Or they could be like I said, in other cases where the gang shit take over.
Yeah, APG. Yes. But it was in 2000. I had went to jail in 2000.
Is ABG like a Georgia thing or some shit? I hear a lot of rappers say ABG. That's not just from one gang, so I just wondered that.
He just like, hey, me. Okay, so you got APG. Yes. But it was in 2000. I had went to jail in 2000. I think it's 2015 now. I went to jail in 2013, 12. I went to jail in 2012. I hit a year. But when I went to jail in 2012, I didn't get down with the game until I went in. So you got a 2013.
Basis for your objection.
Your Honor, I asked him, was he ever part of ABG? And
Oh,
he
well, let's
said,
get to that portion, okay?
that's what happened. He said,
Okay, well,
Detective Thorpe asked him, okay, so you.
let's just run it back to that particular section. Tell me where it started.
All right.
All right. Over your objection for the time being, Mr. Steele.
Okay, so you got APG. Yes. But it was in 2000. I had went to jail in 2000.
Do you hear when he actually did? You left ABG and you said yes.
He asked me what?
Did you leave ABG?
I don't think that was said.
I'll play it again one more time for you.
I can't hear it no matter how many times you play it.
Can I see you on counsel for a second, bench, please?
Yeah, because I'm so tired of seeing them damn prosecutors lean back in them chairs like, y'all should have better quality audio because I could barely hear it. Then it'd be like a couple seconds of it, like, God damn. You looking like a whole cake out. This shit is crazy. I'm ready for this lady to tie all this shit together because at this point, we just everywhere. Went from I mean, the man that said he's a blood. Now she's like, well, was you ever Atlanta blood gang? Like, come on. Like, the fuck? The man that said he was a blood, he considered himself a blood. Like, goddamn, you got to. But anyway, side note, I wanted to say it earlier. I forgot to say it. I feel like they doing all this association because they're trying to overwhelm the jury. A lot of regular day people cannot separate it, right? All they gonna say, oh yeah, if they got all that together and they was all together like that all the time, yeah, they was definitely together. So I think that's why they're trying to overwhelm with evidence of their connection to each other. But this shit here, I don't know what they doing. Like, okay, he said he was a blood. He considered himself a blood. What is we doing? Like, it's crazy. He's starting to be signed according to Cali sign. It is blood. I mean, he literally just said he considered himself a blood. So, yeah, I don't know how much more they need when the person literally just said that's what they call themselves as. Can't get more better than that by saying putting yourself as a game member. I don't know. I think they just take so long to get there. I know most times it's always a warm up to get where you need to go. I think just because this prosecution just be doing too much that makes no sense. That just got me like, ugh. And then that damn Adrian Love keep whispering and shit. Like, bro, let her do her job.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a 10-minute comfort break, and then we'll see where the day leads us at that point in time, okay? All right, all rise. All right, our jury has left us. Let Mr. Copeland know that he's in recess for 10 minutes, please. All right, see you back in 10 minutes.
So that's gonna be about 35 minutes or so. Yeah, because all right, so let's talk about this a little bit, okay? I mean, at this point, I get the whole tying it into the overall conspiracy, right? But I mean, the man that said that he was a blood, like the best you got is to keep ramming that part in, like you don't have nothing else to add to that to go to the next step of the tie-in. It just be so draining that part, like the freak. Put the hold on. What show is that? Hold on. What show is that from? Lamar, you too much. Let me see. You said Adam is that for what show? Oh, you stupid. Off the Adam Family. This whole time. I did not know that's what you was talking about. You know I am not. That would be considered bullying. I'm not. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Mm-mm. No. No, 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 no. She irritates me by not putting that picture up. Lamar, go to bed, man. But y'all listen, right? This shit here is crazy. I need a nap. I ain't take a nap today. We've been at this thing almost 5 hours. Um, we're getting more into the gang stuff now. Oh, let's see what the tonight, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna try to go through that paperwork because I got the reports for almost every incident they brought up in the last hour or so. I just gotta go through it and find it. The way Miss H, the beats on him, he better ask for a lawyer. But the fact that that man got so many interview videos is crazy. It's crazy. Now, mind you, let them tell it. They get rid of these videos after a certain time, but they have all these interview videos. Is crazy. And every one, they got some type of audio of him talking. Now, mind you, a lot of those videos was like back when he was supposed to be like outside for real, for real. That's just disheartening. Oh, excuse me. Very disheartening. Like these are videos where they can trace back to not too long after all the pictures and stuff. So, allegedly, right? It was a separation between Woody and Young Thug. So why, I don't know. I'll leave that to somebody to put a video together. But they allegedly had some type of falling out, and Woody felt like he was left behind. But hell, if he had a trail of all these freaking interrogation videos, I would have left his ass behind too. But crazy. I wonder what was the problem with him and Young Thug. See, yeah. I personally don't know. I've heard a couple things, but like as far as what I could just say, I don't even feel comfortable enough to like put allegedly with what I have heard. So I'm not sure. Hopefully it gets to it as far as why they fell out. I'm under the impression it was after the like the whole situation where things was taking place. So I don't know. Being that he put on record already that him and Thug had a problem with Thug, it might come out. I don't know. If Lamar would like to tell us, that would be helpful. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know where the you see the Court of Appeals transfer Stills appeal to the Georgia Supreme Court. No, I didn't see that. I've been over here, but no, I didn't see that. This, like, I know this is gonna be like I had said it the other night. This is gonna be definitely major because this is a big thing, especially the fact that it was a sworn-in witness. So yeah, I'm not surprised though. And I wonder if they transferred it to the Supreme Court due to some type of conflict of interest or something. I wonder. But hell, they still got the thing on the 25th though. Either way, right? Oh, I need a nap. I've been doing good though. This is day 3 of a live. Coming from not doing lives at all to doing live back to back. I think I'm doing okay. But your girl is tired, okay? Tired. All right, so they're still on break. I'm gonna go see. What's up, Courtney? The judge really on the state side. Yeah, I tell you, a couple times I'm like, well, goddamn, don't they supposed to speak for themselves? The judge been to set the whole play. He been to set the whole play before they even say anything, and then they be like, yes, Your Honor, that's what we were gonna do. Like, yeah, that wasn't what the hell y'all was gonna do. Because of a murder count is pending. On who? Who has a pending murder count? Who got a pending murder account? I said count. Count. Who faced the murder charge? See, they ass just. I don't be knowing what he be wanting to do with himself. He posted on his Instagram. Hold on. That man got 40 interviews. Look like, yeah, he definitely got a lot. And the indictment, that's why they're saying the Georgia Supreme Court has oversteered the bill. Hold on, you lost me. You're saying, hold on, run that back. You're saying it's a pending murder account that has something to do with Steele's appeal? Is that what you're saying? Hold on, yeah, let me look at, because you done stumped me for a loop. What you mean? He got a, what? It has been so long since I've been on that website. Cause like I don't know what you talking about and lost. Yeah, cause you done definitely lost me with that one. I'm like, what the hell does a murder count have to do with his appeal? Hold on, y'all. Taking a look at something right now. Damn, do I still got a login for this one? Do my login work? Let's see. Yeah, I still got it. It's been a minute since I logged on. It's still valid. That don't make, I need a little more info on that. That don't make sense to me. That's a little. Hold on, y'all. I'm not looking at my screen right this minute. Give me a second. Let's see. All right, this is what Lamar was talking about right here. Oh, definitely gonna be along 10 minutes. Okay. So it says here, Brian Steele filed an emergency motion in the Court of Appeal pursuant to Rule 40B, seeking relief from impending incarceration imposed upon him in connection with a trial court order holding him in criminal contempt. The Supreme Court of Georgia has determined, however, that if a murder count in an indictment remains pending below, jurisdiction lies not with the Court of Appeals, but with the Supreme Court. If the underlying murder case has regards of whether the order being appealed is based on facts having some bearing on the underlying criminal trial, although the appeal in this case arises from a collateral order of contempt, it is undisputed that the nature of the underlying action is a criminal prosecution. It follows that Let's take some. All right. Well, hold on. What's confusing me, right, is the fuck do they mean to murder? Like, as far as like, I'm kind of confused about it. So, what's up, Justified? I'm about to see what that's about. Cause that's a whole nother. I don't know, y'all. That kind of got me kind of lost a little bit. All right, so because I went to the website to look it up or whatever. I wonder because this is Young Thug's actual indictment number, so I wonder if that's why, because it still will fall under this case, maybe. Maybe that's all I can think of. They got the judge and all the prosecutors on it. That's a good comparison, Courtney. Proctor. Hopefully you don't end up like Proctor, but yeah. I don't know, y'all. Oh shit. I done forgot about the damn court. Shit. Oh, they still on break. Let me read that again, cause confused. Like the only thing I can think of is if it's taken off of like that's all I can think of. It got to be referring to, but why would it be doing that though? All right, y'all. I'm gonna have to get back to y'all on that, okay? Because I'm kind of confused to why it says that particular part. I guess by the end of the day, we should. I'm pretty sure if they got to file it with the Supreme Court, we'll know more by the end of the day. And so far, it's nothing in the Supreme Court yet. So, I'm gonna do some research on that part and see what the fuck did that mean. Because that's all I can think of is if it had something to do with what's, but I don't see why it would though. I'm looking at something, y'all. I don't know. We'll come back to that at some point. Yeah, I don't get it. Look, you done threw me for a loop with that one, Lamar, because I'm over here like, why? What the fuck? I'm really I'm really fucking confused with it. Like, it's no way around. I'm really confused with that. Like, for real. I don't know. Man, I was spelling his last name wrong. I'm doing some research, y'all, because goddamn, Lamar done sent me for a loop. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out. I don't like not to understand something, and right now I do not understand what is happening with that one. Mm, hmm. Hmm. Now he done been Young Thug attorney for a long time. Seems like the judge about to recess until tomorrow. He had enough. You know, it might be too. And I wouldn't even be mad because I'm about at the point I'm ready to dig into what the fuck is going on with this damn other thing. Because I'm so confused to why that said that. All right, so hmm. 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 I'm surprised still can't even do other cases on top of this case. We're talking about the what Lamar brought to my attention. Hold on, let me pull it back on the screen. All right, so still legal team filed a motion of appeal for his contempt of court. Well, the courts of appeal has stated that it needs to go through the Supreme Court because of a pending murder charge, and we're trying to figure out what the fuck does a pending, like, who has a pending murder charge type shit. So that's what's confusing to me because of course, I'm assuming that they're going off of, because it says if a murder count in an indictment remains pending below, right? But they don't say what murder count in the indictment. So I'm assuming maybe they're referring to the fact that Young Thug's case has murder on the indictment, or if they're talking about something else. That's what's confusing. It's kind of like if it's a whole separate entity altogether, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? And then it makes you think, well, if that is the case, if his criminal contempt of court will have something to do with Young Thug's case, then I don't know. I'll be the confused y'all trying to explain my confusion. But yeah, that's what I'm looking into, that part, if that makes sense. That's what I'm trying to do because I'm kind of confused on that. His case does, so then it changes the demographic of things. So my thing is this though. So if that is the case, if Steele's criminal contempt of court, right, ultimately is going to be embedded with Thug's case, then why wouldn't the original issue not need to be taken up also for Thug's case? Because remember, the whole thing is about y'all wasn't supposed to need this information because it had nothing to do with the case type thing. GA Supreme Court might even put a halt to the trial. They talking about the 2 murder counts on the indictment or whether Woody admitted to killing Nut. Oh yeah, this is gonna be something major for shit show. What time? Something major for shit show. It's definitely been over 10 minutes. That's gonna be definitely. There's gonna be some shit with this. Oh, I think they already filed it. Okay, they already filed it. All right, so let me tell you, them lawyers I'm playing. So Brian still has already filed it in Supreme Court. It was filed today. So we'll see what happens with it. All right. So yeah, so they already filed it. What's this one? Why is it? And I think that's what it's going to ultimately. I think that's why. I think that's why. Because when I look at the Supreme Court docket, right, they still have Young Thug's case number. So I think that's why it had to be moved up to Supreme Court because it's going off of the case where the contempt took place at. So yeah. All right. Y'all, I was not gonna stop until I figure out that part because I was like, what? So yeah, that's why. I was like, let me find out Brian's still on the murder case. I'm trying to tell you, Glanville about to be up Sheets Creek. The Supreme Court judge not playing no games for sure. So yeah, I definitely think this is definitely gonna impact the trial for sure. Now, I figured it out though. It ain't taking too long because y'all, I was up here wrecking my brain like the fuck. But yeah, so once I see that it still is filed under Young Thug's case, then yeah, I feel confident to say that's why. So for those who just joined us, or for those who have been here and just been wondering why I have been deep in thought, is because I was trying to figure that out. So Brian Steele's contempt of court case has been transferred from Court of Appeals to the Supreme Court. Okay. It was transferred today. A case has been opened. No decisions or anything has been made. So stay tuned for that. Shit is getting good. For those who are into like the legal back and forth, I think that's gonna be one to watch for sure. All right. We're just waiting on them to come back from court, y'all. I mean, come back to court. I need a few second break because I need to go to the. I need me a comfort break now. So I'm gonna tune back into the leading lawyer real quick.
It's starting to make the trial move a little bit slowly. Not even a little bit. It's starting to move a lot slowly. So if you guys saw ADA Love, the woman that was in the pink, sitting next to her is ADA Love. She reports up to Fannie. And I think I was looking at the org chart yesterday in Fannie's office, and she handles special crimes, right? She is Fannie's #1 person to handle complex cases, right? So that is ADA Love's job. Now we're seeing all these, these questions land a little flat. Did you guys hear when the microphone came up? And you could hear some whispering. ADA Love was coaching Hilton on how to ask the questions because they see that he's being hostile. But it's kind of a failure. It's a failure because they didn't prepare properly for this, right? Obviously, he's gone rogue. They should have started preparing with him on Friday when, he's talking about about to plead the fifth. So you need to be able to sit down with these people and prepare them for this. Even, folks that took plea deals and all of that, they've had weeks to do this. So now we're seeing it all unfold. And what a waste of taxpayer dollars, because now he's being defiant on the stand. He's being a little crazy. And, we're just seeing a lot of shenanigans happen. What I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to read a few of the Cash Apps that just came in. I'm also going to check out the feed myself because
I ain't want to play all that. Okay, but shout out to them. Okay, hold on, y'all. Got to walk off real quick. Hey, I just want to take the time and say, hold on, y'all. Walk off. Hey, shout out to all the YouTubers, okay? The streamers screaming and all that for a long period of time is not for the weak, okay? Not for the weak at all. So shout out to everybody to do this shit, because boy, damn, and I still left my phone. Okay, hold on. But yeah, this shit here ain't for the faint at heart. But shout out to everybody that's doing this. Okay, it's definitely been a long time, and I agree with whoever said it earlier. That they probably gonna leave for today. Thank you. All right. So, okay. So if you are just joining, y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. Make sure you comment. Tell us what you thinking. Don't just be watching from the sidelines. Say hey, okay. We are watching day 3 of Kenneth Copeland, aka Lil Woody's testimony in the YSL trial. We have listened to snippets of multiple interviews with police that Lil Woody has had over the years. And we are now waiting for them to come back from a comfort break, which was way over 10 minutes ago. And they are impeaching him because he's not, I guess, providing answers to their liking as he has in the past. Yeah, and that's where we are. If you are wanting to support the channel with any donations, make sure you use the link that's pinned to the top of the comment. I have had somebody create fake Cash App. So if you are using the Cash App option, please use what's linked to my in my comment section. Hit me up on Venmo, PayPal, other things. But yeah, just make sure you're donating to the right person, okay? Because I think somebody that got me for a couple hundred recently is coming to my attention. But nevertheless, I thank everybody. Y'all know y'all can hit the super chats, the super stickers. I appreciate it all. Hell, I appreciate y'all for just pulling up, okay? And riding out this live with your girl. And we're going to be back at it tomorrow also. I think I'm doing good. I've been here on time the past couple days and we've been rocking out. But with that, that's all we got until they start back. Make sure y'all pull up tomorrow after the live. It'll be Tea Time Thursday with my co-host Kim Bella Roxy and Miss Me with That BS. We done been gone for a couple weeks, but we're gonna be back at it tomorrow. Yes, they're gonna impeach their star witness. But it actually happens more commonly than you think. Because it still is a way for them to see. This is the concept why they do it, because they're impeaching their star witness, saying that they're lying. However, they're getting in the statement they need to show the jury that they changing it now, but they did say this before when nobody was looking type shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's still gonna get what they need done. So that's why prosecutions, not just in this case, in other cases too, don't have a problem with impeaching their own witness because they still get what they want entered on record. Because we hear him on the audio, we hear him allegedly say FaceTime thug. We hear, so they're still getting their point across. All right. So we just here. So it looks like they may be talking back again. No, they just talking. Not court. I'll be trying to see. Okay, so how is that credible? So it's not really. So this is the thing. It's not really credible because the point of impeaching a witness shows they have an issue with credibility. The thing is though, like, okay, how can I explain it? Give me a second. I'm trying to get better with my examples. I know I say that a lot of times. I'm trying to explain it without causing more confusion to it. So it's like the allusion to somebody changing their story on the stand is maybe they're afraid, they're nervous, or whatever, right? But if you're able to provide, say, a recorded interview, you can write a written statement prior where those things were not into play, it can come off to the jury differently, if that makes sense. You get what I'm saying? Like, for example, okay, fellas, okay, you got your main girl and you got a little side chick, right? You may be telling your little side chick all the little sweet nothings, right? But boom, you get caught up. You ain't about to admit to your main chick that you was saying all of that, you know what I'm saying, shit to your side chick, right? However, your side chick pull up videos and text messages showing that that is what you was doing. No, it's probably a bad example, but it's the best example I came up with. Okay. All of them interviews contradict you. No, not really, because the pieces that they played so far, really aren't contradict. It's of course going against what he's saying on the stand. But in each one in the clips that they played, he was willingly talking about different things. And he didn't look scared. He didn't look in fear or nothing like that. So I wouldn't really say they was contradicting each other. Definitely went against some of the stuff he said on the stand, but again, it's all it's all about the jury is all emotion and let me explain what I get when I say all emotion. We are creatures of emotion. So the jury is gonna definitely be played like on their emotions. So again, that's why I said to them, okay, well, maybe he's nervous or afraid now that he's in front of the people that he is telling on. But back on this, let us hear this clip. He wasn't afraid because they didn't know. You know what I'm saying? So we discussed that he might get impeached before they decide to do so. Yeah, because you can tell he was kind of trying to tell you he was trying to walk that thin gray line, but now that line is like starting to disappear. Yes, definitely. And that's why I love my truth team, okay? And I love when we are able to really, really dissect cases and like trials because we just be having a flow going without, the foolery. Every now and then we might get some foolery into it. But y'all, if y'all haven't noticed, I cut my lives to subscribers only. So they're gonna have to wait the time before they get in there. And half the time trolls don't like to wait that time. Now y'all know we got our own truth team trolls that pop in every now and then, but we don't pay them no mind. They pull up and talk their junk and keep it moving. But yeah, rocking out. Now he needs to think about the meeting. He needs to say he was pressured then too because he was under the influence. I think we won't really see that transpired until like the 25th and things like that. But it's definitely, especially now that the Supreme Court has it, it's definitely gonna be something. Okay, definitely gonna be something. I don't understand what they be doing and why they breaks be this long. Like for real, I have yet to be in person at a trial where they be like, we in recess for 10 minutes and that 10 minutes turn into 40 minutes. Like, I have yet to experience that. So that's when I'm like, I don't know who comes up with the timing of this stuff for this court, but this is crazy. Like, that's the crazy thing. They need to do better. Okay. Glenville and the state better hope they don't get hit with witness tampering. And see, and I don't know if y'all caught it, and I kind of should have elaborated on it earlier when we was listening to it. So the thing is, right, if y'all heard what Ashley Merchant said in her interview with Law and Crime, is if indeed that ex parte meeting is for sure confirmed, that's a reversible situation. Meaning, okay, if for some reason the decision stalls out to the end of this case and the jury does find Young Thug and everybody guilty, they automatically that shit about to get reversed. The case gonna get tossed automatically. Just off of the freaking ex parte hearing that wasn't supposed to take place. So that's gonna be very, very interesting. And like I said, millions has been spent on this case. I already can tell, even if they win or don't win, the prosecution wasted a lot of that money. I don't even care. They wasted a lot of that money because they are not together at all. He confirmed as soon as Still said something to him about it. That's why he was so pissed. Yeah, but indirectly, like, I'm gonna play devil's advocate because even though yes, he did, he later on when Ashley Merchant was there, he was like, yeah, of this alleged situation. So like, yeah, he said it, but then he kind of reneged on it later. And and obviously for him saying all this judge's chamber shit, right? Definitely confirms that there was a meeting. Plus, when he said he already kind of know who did it, confirms it was a meeting. And then by saying that it was an ex parte meeting, confirmed it was a meeting. So yeah, I mean, we know it was a damn meeting, right? Hell, the state said it was a meeting. So like, yeah, but it's still a gray area of they have to get the transcripts and all that to see exactly what the meeting was for, really. Even though I think they definitely dug into the immunity deal, they definitely dug into what he was supposed to do as far as his end of the bargain when it came to this case and him testifying. That's just my opinion, though. Okay? Exactly. Because if indeed during this meeting he said that he was the murderer of the murder that's the center point of this case, then it was about this case. It wasn't about no civil matter. Because the civil matter was just that he had to be honest, the contempt of court ain't even had nothing to do with really nothing besides him reneging on the immunity deal, to be honest. So is it a pause on him having to start weekends on Friday, or do the STOGA have to grant that bond first? So it'll be up to them first. So, and I'm not on this part, I'm going off of what Ashley Merchant said on her interview. So basically, they were hoping the appellate court would grant us something with an S. I can't remember the word. It's something with an S bond, right? Where it will basically just stay it until a decision is made. And then that way he doesn't have to go in on Friday. But because it went to the Supreme Court, meaning the appellate court couldn't make a decision on a stay, we'll have to see how quick the Supreme Court can do a stay or make some type of ruling on it. Because if not, then yeah, come Friday, he'll definitely have to go in. But it will be up to the Supreme Court now on if it will start on Friday. If they don't grant a stay, or whatever the S word is for the bond, then yeah, he'll be wearing his navy blue or whatever. Is this navy blue? I think it's navy blue jumpsuit down there. So yeah. That's definitely something. All right, hold on, y'all. And we still waiting. We're waiting. What I don't like is when we wait this long and then when they come back, they end it. Like, the fuck? We ain't had to wait 20,000 hours. Oh, yeah, let me save this so that I can keep up with it on my own, too. As far as what's going on with the case. Mhm. I'm still waiting. That's exactly what's about to happen. Okay, they just too much. The days open, these breaks tell me it's bullshit in the hair again. He's definitely sending them home after this. I'm sure he found out the Supreme Court has the appeal. He probably rubbing that dog trying to calm his hair. You know what? Yeah. When they go up to the Supreme Court, you know that shit's something, okay? This is a major case. I don't even know why they even play them games, for real. Like, I really don't understand why they even play them games, for real. Like, it is too much at stake. Too much money went into it. Like, I don't be understanding why the prosecutions be playing around with these big ass fucking cases that really can make or break your career, right? And then again, you shouldn't even want it to be a possibility for nobody to come back on appeal. But I guess these days they don't care if they come back on appeal or not, as long as they get the conviction, you know. I guess, you know. Who is these people? Mm-mm. Yeah, it's definitely something. Trying to look through my messages on. I think they probably thought only blacks would be tuning in watching the trial, and everyone else would have been like, these niggas guilty, they thug. Not for the YSL trial. Mm-mm. Just because, like, even though he's a rapper, Young Thug was like, he's a Grammy award winning rapper. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was definitely mainstream. So, and Brian Steele, like, even though that's the type of client he does a lot, he's one of those lawyers that does handle a lot of the rappers. But he's a respected lawyer too. So I knew this would be mainstream for sure. Definitely make some noise. You can tell the ones that like hit a little different, and all the outlets be picking it up. Just like, I'll be honest, it would have been different, even like with the O Block case. If King Von was still alive and he would have got indicted on it, or even if like Dirk or somebody, it probably would have went mainstream. But because it wasn't like a big known mainstream name, that's why it really just stayed to like YouTube and local and stuff like that. The DA office doesn't know how to read the room. Look how Fannie couldn't even read the room with the Trump case. You know, my thing with Fannie, I really just feel like she's overzealous. You know what I'm saying? Like, she just want to like make her mark, but I think she tried to do too much too fucking quick, and her shit just coming crashing down while she's having freaking affairs and shit in office. It's crazy. To each his own, girl. Yeah, I don't think she about to get it these wins, even if she do have other cases coming. This shit is her team ain't even strong enough. To be real, like, let's be honest, her team ain't even strong enough. Like, she needs some lawyers like Ashley Merchant that come in there on that, like, put down the law. If she ain't got a team of that, she ain't about to do nothing. Okay. Yeah, and for Love to be her right hand, Love ain't that. She's not that powerful a voice either in law. Now, I've never heard Fannie Willis actually like say anything, so I don't know about her herself. But her team, from what I can see, ain't like that. She need Ashley Merchants, and I'm not talking about color. I'm just talking about people like women or men that can voice the law and stand on it. Like how she freaking with that judge. Now that was a powerful moment. Okay, hold on, y'all. But yeah, let me see what he talking about. Yeah, we all just waiting. Let me refresh my screen, make sure I ain't missing nothing. Those who was with me on that day that Melly case went into a mistrial, remember we was just over here yapping, and the whole time my screen was stuck and we almost missed the damn verdict. That was funny that day. That wasn't her first affair. Paul Howard, the DA she took over for, was tagging that ass, saying the whole DA's office corrupt. Lamar, now how do you know that? They all down together. I'm pretty sure it wasn't. Hell, a woman of power, shit. She said, look, the men do it, the boys will play. She's trying to play too. Yeah, they are really working on almost an hour in this shit right now. But we gonna see it through. I'm gonna stay here until they get back and whatever. But your girl is tired. I ain't gonna lie. I am tired. I've been saying I was gonna do like a recap video every day. Y'all see I ain't get one yesterday. Yeah, probably not gonna get one today. But hey, y'all done had me on live. We at 5.5 hours. Like, I need a comfort break. Well, I technically have been out and about a couple times today. Listen, I didn't. I've been at my desk all day. All right, we back.
My attention, Mr. Weinstein, you filed a motion to recuse me. You filed an affidavit consistent with that, pursuant to Uniform Superior Court Rule, I believe 25.2. The court's had an opportunity to read your motion. I've also had an opportunity to take a look at, because this issue comes up a fair bit, Baptiste versus the state. I invite you to take a look at that, and that's from our Court of Appeals, 229 Georgia Appeals 691. Basically, you can't file a motion to recuse for ruling that a trial judge makes, okay? And that's what you're doing in this particular situation. You're saying you don't like what I ruled upon. You're alleging some facts in an affidavit that support that decision. Because if that were the case, then no trial judge would be able to sit through a trial and give adverse rulings. So for the reasons set forth in Baptiste and other cases, I'm going to deny your motion to recuse on its face, okay?
Your Honor, may I just address what you said? I disagree with your characterization that I filed a motion as a result of any ruling.
No. Well, you did in your affidavit. I'm taking in your affidavit as face value. Okay. All right. I'm not contesting where you got the information from, at least not yet.
Yes.
But I'm just saying that because it also encompasses that I made a ruling. And as a result of that, if I make a ruling, and you don't like it, then every litigant will say, I want to recuse you, Judge Smith or Judge Glanville or Judge whoever. Okay, so part and parcel of it is that's why I'm making my ruling in this particular case. Remember, bias. I've got to do something extrajudicial, and you're in your particular, like I would have to say something about you or your clients or anything like that, which I would never do because I'm a steward of this particular process. So I understand what your objection is, or what your statement is in terms of your motion to recuse, and I'm going to deny it.
And I believe, Your Honor, that under Rule 25.3, that you have to cease acting right now.
No, I don't.
And that you can, if I can just finish, and then I promise, if I can just finish this. I believe you have to cease acting. I believe that under 25.3, you have to look at the timeliness of the motion, and you have to look at the sufficiency of the affidavit. I do not believe that you are permitted to just simply deny without taking those steps.
Is that it?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So noted.
Are you denying at this point?
I'm still denying your motion, okay?
Would you grant a certificate of immediate review?
No, sir.
Because
No, sir.
if you grant that certificate, you were always talking about how the appellate court.
No, because if I grant the certificate, it stops the case, okay?
I don't agree with
And
you.
I'm not going to do
I
that.
don't believe it stops the case.
I'm not going to do that.
And if
You can appeal it at the end of the case. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Hey, I'll live by it.
But
Okay?
aren't you interested in removing the cloud that's hanging over the case right now, Your Honor? If you grant.
Sir, I'd be real careful about what you're pleading at this point in time, and what you're stating to the court. As a matter of professional responsibility, remember, we haven't nugged out all of the issues involved in that affidavit. And I would be very careful if I were you, because you have some professional responsibility obligations individually and to this court. And so I would just leave it at that respectfully. I don't want to get into an argument with you about that, but I would just tell you that tread lightly, okay, in terms of that at this point.
I understand, Your Honor, and I believe that the certificate of immediate review would be in the interest of the court.
I'm not going to do that.
Would you make factual findings regarding?
I am not at this point in time going to, I've denied the motion, okay?
I believe that's an error, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Can we call Mr. Copeland now, please?
Another show that man think he King fucking Louis. And the Supreme Court need to knock him down the side.
All right. Summon our jurors, please.
But luckily somebody tried to get his ass off of there. So yeah. So at least it's finally on the docket. They did attempt, it looked like Gotti's lawyer attempted to get him to recuse himself. We knew that damn big-headed ass judge was not going to take himself off this damn case. Okay. So he's going to have to probably be forcibly removed, but we at least have a door open to the fact that they know his ass need to get up off that case. Because we seen too much with him leaving the
Mr. Weinstein,
at this.
I am going to prepare a written order, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay. All right.
Man, somebody had to come give him some guidance, I guess, because now he said he will do the written order. If he would have took the time and thought about what the man was saying, he probably would have made that decision before instead of waiting and saying, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and prepare the written order." Yeah, stop acting on emotion.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. continue.
Mr. Copeland, have you heard of YSL?
Yeah.
Okay. And how have you heard of YSL?
Same way everybody else heard of it.
And what is that to you?
What you mean?
How have you heard of it?
How have you heard of it?
Mr. Copeland, if you could please answer the question.
I just did. I said I heard of it the same way everybody else had heard of it, as a music group.
All right. And what does YSL mean?
Young Stoner Life.
What was your objection, sir? Foundation, is that what you said? I'll sustain the objection.
When was the first time you heard of YSL?
When I started, I got out of 2013, and that's when I started hearing of it.
And when you started hearing of it, was it where were like was it in Mechanicsville? How did you start hearing of it?
Young Thug had a song that was on the radio, and everybody was playing it.
Did you hear YSL through an individual by the name of Tick?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I didn't. I hear Slime through Tick, not YSL.
All right. And when you heard of Slime through Tick, what was your understanding of what he was referencing? No, Your Honor, my question, what was his understanding?
I'll rule the objection. I will rule the objection.
What was your understanding of what Tick was referencing?
What you mean?
You said that you heard of Slime through Tick.
That's what he called me one day. He be like, "Come here, Slime."
Did you ask him why he called? Did you ever ask him why he was calling you Slime?
This Atlanta, we make up words every day.
Okay. Did you know YSL to be? Did you consider YSL to be a gang?
No.
Have you ever claimed affiliation as being part of YSL, the gang?
There's no foundation, and it goes to the jury's 701. Not the appropriate to call it a gang. If the gang is one, not to another, I object.
Objection to his speaking, objection, Your Honor.
Well, Mr. Steele, remember I told you not to speak your objection to begin with, so you need to give me a basis. No, you can do.
701.
Okay, and what else?
Everything I just said.
Well, I'm not listening to that because I'm looking for a reason that can be couched in a. Okay.
I will say what I don't like we know Bradley used to make faces all throughout the Millie trial for sure. But and then they black women, so that make it even worse. But God, now it's they body language falling back in the chair. That damn Adrian look like, come on, man. Like the fuck. Like you already know it's their job to object. You're not about to just sit there and go straight through a trial, okay, and not have somebody try to object. That's their job as defense attorneys. They killing me with this body language and all this attitude. Like, get over it. Like, I get it. Frustration, definitely. I understand. But damn, I'm so tired of seeing that fucking chair fall back and all that shit. That shit is aggravating. See, if I was on the jury, I would pay attention to that type of stuff. And that's the reason why they shouldn't do it anyway. Even on the defense side, they tell their clients and stuff not to do stuff like that. Like they think just because they're the prosecution that people won't peep that, because that's something that's freaking drawing my attention every time. And if I was in that jury, it definitely would have been in the back of my mind. Like, why they keep doing that? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they need to stop. That shit look very piss poor on their behalf, acting like that. Yeah, they about as badass now Woody as twirling around in the chair and yarning and shit. Like, come on. Get y'all shit together. Like, that's the name of the game. They adjust to shit. Hey, I don't even see why they got an attitude, because for the most part, they getting a lot of their shit still in. He only sustained, I think I've been keeping count. Let me see. I hadn't stopped not too long ago. Like, only sustained like 5 of the ejections today. Everything else was overruled. So I don't even know why they fucking falling out and shit. Who the hell is the white guy in front of the judge? Like his assistant or something? Who is that? I've been realizing he been like whispering stuff to the judge. Is that like his paralegal or something? His attorney or something? Okay, I thought so, cause he been getting his. I noticed when he makes a change and something he says is after that guy being spoke to him. So I was wondering. I don't think Miss Tilton was ready for this size case. No, that's a man in that suit, not her. I know that's the. I'm acting like y'all can see me pointing. I know that's the court reporter. I'm talking about the guy in the suit, in the black suit next to her. But yeah, I don't think Miss Hilton is for like, yeah, that older guy right there. I don't think Miss Hilton was ready for a big case like this. She doesn't seem like, you know, I don't think she was ready for this type of thing. That's just my opinion. I don't know how long she's been doing it. But I don't think this was for her. And this is why I have so much. I'm more harder on my critique of prosecution, because y'all bring the case. Y'all have more time to get it together. So like saying shit like this, I just don't like it. Very not together. Y'all look unsure, unprepared, just not ready.
Watch your back.
Damn, why they told her to watch her back? What he was gonna do something to her? Oh, shit. Yeah, like this is not a good look.
You may continue, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Copeland, have you ever done an interview with a video blogger off the porch in 2020?
Now we
Yeah.
literally just watched that yesterday.
And during that interview,
I don't know when.
how many times have you done an interview with Off the Porch?
I don't know.
In the interview with Off the Porch, do you recall them asking you about YSL and the fact that you talk about YSL a lot in your songs?
What I supposed to say?
And your response to them was gang?
That what I said?
Your Honor, the state would like to attend your state exhibit 379Y at
Interviews coming back to bite you in your ass.
9 minutes and 30 seconds to 9 minutes and 35 seconds.
All right, any objection to states 379 Yankee from 9:30 to 9:35? All right, hearing none, it's admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Okay, first of all, that's you, Mr. Copeland. Is that you, Mr. Copeland? Is that you?
It looked like it.
And you rep YSL a lot in your music.
Gang.
Nah, that's no nine. That's crazy. Thank you, Anna. Thank you for tuning in. So far, not chat. But we getting into the meat and potatoes. They're getting more into connecting gang affiliation between.
And you rep YSL a lot in your music.
Gang. Yeah.
Did you hear that? Do I need to bring it closer to you?
I heard him say I read YSL a lot.
And did you hear what your response was? Did you hear what your response was?
Yeah, gang.
All right. When you responded, gang, what did you mean?
I responded gang.
You're saying you didn't say gang, you said game.
Gang.
GAME is what you're saying that you said?
Yeah, when he said YSL, gang.
So your testimony today is that you said game and not gang. I'm trying to get clarification.
Hold on. I'll sustain the objection. That's the answer.
Do you recall in the beginning of that same video saying slat YSL for life?
What about it?
Did you say that?
Probably so.
Okay. When you say slat YSL for life, what are you referencing?
What you mean? I don't know what referencing mean.
When you say YSL for life, are you talking about the music or the gang?
So I'm doing an interview with Out the Porch.
Okay.
I'm trying to get into the music. And I was told I had to make people believe in me. So I was doing interviews trying to make people believe in me.
Have you ever been signed to YSL, the record label?
No.
All right. So why would you be repping YSL if you've never been signed to the record label?
Because I sent Young Thug my music and tried to convince him that I was trying to go the right way in life and do music. So.
And he never signed you to the label?
I went back to jail.
But you were never signed to the label?
How could I say this?
I sustain the objection.
Love, let her do her job.
Oh, okay.
Passing her notepad.
When you said, as you're saying now, you said game, what did you mean by that?
Game.
So what did you mean when you said that?
What you mean? Like, what did I mean?
What does game mean?
I'm trying to run a game.
So because I'm trying to understand.
I'm trying to run game. So when he said, I mentioned YSL a lot of my game, this is the direction I'm trying to go. I'm trying to get their attention to sign me. This my whole, however you say it.
All right. You said their attention to sign you, but you were friends with Young Thug before this interview. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, but what he told me was he not putting his money into me if I'm gonna be out here in the streets.
Okay. So why are you still representing YSL if he wasn't going to put any money in you?
I had to convince that I was serious about the music. So if he didn't sign me, if somebody had the right amount of money, then that's where I was gonna go.
Okay. Now, since we're talking about let me ask you this. Prior to 2020, when that interview was taken, did you represent YSL back in 2015 and 2014? Was it about the music in 2015 and 2014?
You said, was it about the music?
Yeah.
What you mean?
You're telling the jury that the reason why you rep YSL is because you were trying to get signed. Is that fair to say?
No, you asked me about the interview, and I was saying why I said in the interview was to get these people attention.
Before this interview,
Okay.
did you rep YSL before this interview?
I did.
Okay. And before this interview, when you rep YSL, what was your purpose of representing YSL at that time?
You said what was my purpose?
Why were you representing YSL before this interview?
You got to be more specific, like clear on what you're saying. You talk about back in the days. You talking about 2020? What are you talking about?
Thank you, Anna. Anna said this is great testimony for Young Thug. He wouldn't sign me until I left the street life and got right. Facts on that. You frustrating the prosecutor.
We're going to publish 342 games.
They need to oil that chair. The hell?
So back in 2014, that you throwing up the YSL sign.
I don't know if this 2014.
We can scroll down. Do you see the date being October 26, 2014?
Yeah, I see it right here.
In this symbol, you're throwing up.
I stand in objection.
Why are you throwing up the YSL symbol?
That's not, I'm gonna overrule the objection for leaving.
Why are you throwing up the YSL symbol?
For clout.
So in 2014, you were doing it for clout.
Yeah, I was going around. Everybody said they see me with Thug and Birdman, you know.
Besides clout, did you ever call yourself running with YSL and talking about gangs in a January 11th interview with Detective Thorpe?
Say that again?
Sure. In January of 2011, when you were interviewed by the Atlanta Police Department in January 11th of 2015?
Yeah, I was.
Okay.
Well, I don't know the date, but.
And were you interviewed in reference to the killing of Donovan Thomas?
I was.
And during that interview, were you asked questions about YSL and If Gang?
In January?
Yes.
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Okay. And during that interview, let me ask you this. Was there any point in that interview that you and Detective Thorpe were talking about music?
I don't recall.
Do you recall why you went to the police department on that morning to talk with Detective Thorpe?
Yes,
Why did you go to talk to Detective Thorpe?
because they called me because they said that my name was involved in the murder.
And why did you choose to go meet with the detectives on that day?
Huh?
Why did you decide to go down and speak with the detectives that day?
I don't know.
Were you involved in the murder that they were calling you about?
No,
Did you tell the detectives that?
I don't. Did I tell them what?
That you were not involved in the murder?
I think I told them I didn't do it.
And during that first meeting that you had with the detectives, did you talk about the beef between YSL and If Gang during that interview?
I don't know.
You
I don't know. All I remember was about that interview was he questioned me about. He called me down there because he said that everybody said I did this crime.
And during the course of that,
I don't remember about nothing else that he discussed with me.
do you remember in a February 21st, 2015 interview, speaking with police about the beef between If Gang and YSL?
No, I do not.
You might be right, Anna. I don't know. We gonna see. Cause they getting into the gusto with bringing up that murder. Cause the murder in question, if the dates are aligning correctly, and he wasn't accused of other ones. They're talking about the Nut murder. Now, that's my opinion, just based on the timing of it. But I think that's where they're going with it.
Come back to that. Let me ask you this, because we're going to come back to YSL and If Gang. Have you ever been to Club Crucial?
Yeah,
When was the last time you've been to Club Crucial?
I don't know.
Do you know if Club Crucial is still open for business?
I think it's still open.
All right. I want to go back to 2014, 2015. How often back in 2014 and 2015 would you go to Crucial?
Every Monday.
Why did you go every Monday?
Because that was the night everybody be there.
Was there a specific event that happened on Monday nights?
Yeah, they fight.
When you say they fight, who's there?
The girls in the club.
And when you say they fight in the club, are they people just getting in fist fights, or was it something that was structured like a fight night?
It was a boxing.
And with the boxing night, would people bet on the boxing match that was happening?
How I supposed to know?
So do you?
I
not
didn't
know?
bet on it.
All right. Would you only go to Crucial on Monday nights?
I only went on Monday night.
All right. When you went to Crucial earlier, you talked about a number of people you went to the club with. Would you go to the Crucial with those individuals we talked about earlier, or other people that we have not discussed over the last few days?
I go to Crucial with whoever was crazy enough to go with me.
Is there a kitchen inside of Club Crucial back in 2014, 2015?
A kitchen?
Yeah, was there a kitchen inside of the club?
I guess.
Now, when you went to the club every Monday, did you stay in the same area of the club, or would you kind of walk around the club? What would you do when you went to the club every Monday?
Same thing everybody else go to the club for.
And what did you go to the club for?
They enjoy myself.
Did you have a section in the club, or were you just kind of roaming
I
around?
just go in the club.
Now, when you went to the club, did you take money to the club?
If I had it.
Would you ever flash money in the club?
If I had it.
Land is plain, please. So where the fuck is this going? Didn't somebody get shot at Club Crucial, if I'm not mistaken? Because please tell me this is going somewhere.
Do you have something you need to show defense counsel?
Yes.
Okay.
I do believe something happened at the freaking club. I'm trying to remember. It's been so long since I looked at that indictment. Somebody got shot. But was it that club? I think one of the defendants got shot. Or something happened at that club. I think it was a shooting at the club. Not 100% sure. I could be making this shit up. At this point, y'all, I've been sitting at my desk for 6 hours. I haven't laid down in my bed all day because I think I was gonna fall asleep. I don't know. I guess we'll find out when she ever land her plane. But I do believe like a shooting or something happened at that club. That's why it's the significance of it, if I'm not mistaken. Now, the one time I need Lamar to tell me if I'm correct, his ass ain't in the comments. But I kind of think it was a shooting or something that they're trying to piece together to be part of the whole back and forth between the two gangs they keep talking about. But I could be wrong, but I think that's what it was. Look, if I lay down each, I will be under my cover. It's good and cold in my house too. No, not at the club. I need to find the indictment. Maybe I can. Is it on this computer? Let me see. Cause it's where's the indictment? I got everything labeled except the freaking indictment to it. Okay, they still doing that. It was a robbery at the club. I thought it could be. I could have sworn it was a shooting, but y'all might be accurate because I gotta find. I'm trying to find the indictment. I kind of think it was a shooting, if I'm not mistaken, but I could be wrong. Y'all could be on to something. Is this it? Is this the YFN one or the YS? No, that's Wife and Lucci's on. That's not the one I need. Mhm. 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 Woody apparently got robbed there. What the fuck is that indictment at, though? I know I had the full indictment. What the freak is it at? No, that's Quando Rondo indictment. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna look for it if they don't get to it before I figure it out. My bad, y'all. I'm looking through the damn indictment, trying to figure out which one it was. I don't know. I might find it before they find it. Shit. This shit so damn long. You know what? Now that I think about it, when old boy got shot, that was in Wife and Lucci indictment, not this indictment. So never mind, that wasn't it. The shooting I was thinking of wouldn't be in theirs. It would have been in it's in the Wife and indictment. So Mickey, the judge, can't help it. He's mentally unstable. I one of his dog with him today. Probably not. Well, I don't know. He been kind of calm today. I ain't gonna lie. He ain't been as like on the up and up. He kind of got a little in his feelings. When that motion to recuse himself was filed, but I don't know because they only got one thing with Copeland on the indictment, so that's why I'm like, why would his if he did get robbed, why would it like matter unless they're trying to tie it in a different way? I don't know. They only mentioned one thing with him. What was the date? They didn't even say no date yet, right? Yeah, I don't even think they said no dates. I don't know. I guess I'll wait for it to play out. But for some reason, that Club Crucial just made me like I remember seeing it in something, but I have went through the wife and situation and so many Atlanta cases. I could be mixing them up. So, yeah, because like when I even type in, yeah, so that may, I don't know. We'll see, I guess, in a minute.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Go right ahead. I apologize.
Mr. Copeland, showing you what the market says for the 386 Yankee. Tell me if you recognize anyone in the. Do you recognize anyone in that video?
I can't tell.
Can't tell. And when you say you can't tell, what do you mean?
I can't see.
Do you need me to push it up closer? Do you need me to push it up closer to you? I'm going to pull it up closer.
Yeah, that's me.
And what are you flashing money?
That what it looked like I'm doing.
And so earlier when we talked about flashing money, is that what you're describing when I asked you earlier if you've ever flashed money in the club?
I guess.
All right. You're on this time. The state would like to send us 386 Yankee as evidence.
Any further objection to 386 Yankee?
No wonder she be having an attitude, them high ass heels she wearing all day. My feet would be hurting.
Hearing none, 386 Yankees admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Yeah, and looking at 386 Yankee, are you in Club Crucial in that? Can you tell if you're in Club Crucial in that video?
I sustain the question as a form.
Are you able to tell where you are in that video?
No, I can't tell.
Okay. But when you talk about flashing money, is that what you were referencing when I asked you that question?
Yes.
All right. I think this would be a good time.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to a natural stopping point for today. And we're going to go ahead and recess for the evening. The time being almost 4:45. So let's go ahead and come back tomorrow morning. Let's plan on 9, I should say. $8:30 for an anticipated 9 o'clock start time, okay? All right. Mr. Copeland, we will see you tomorrow morning at 8:30, okay? All right?
All right.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, any ministerial inquiry with me?
Have you reviewed your calendar for July yet? Let's know any anticipated days off.
No. I live, hour by hour and day by day, okay? At this point. I will soon, okay? Fair enough? Okay. But I'm thinking about it, all right? You're talking about,
Well, I know we're already aware of the 12th and the 26th would be a late start, but if there was any.
well, you know that the 4th this year falls on a Thursday. So it's a county holiday, a national holiday. Friday, we also take Friday as well. The county takes Friday, the 5th. So at this point in time, what's up for debate is the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, okay? But I'll let you, like I said, I'll let you know kind of once we kind of take a look at some other things, okay? All right. Fair question. What other ministerial inquiry do you have of me? Anybody else? All right, I'll see what we can do to get that to you soon. I'm working on it, okay? All right. Okay, let's go ahead and review your customary admonitions. Remember leaving notepads in the basket as you go back in your headquarters and as you leave and go other places, to include coming here and going back home. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Discuss it in ones and twos. Discuss it as a corporate body back there, sitting there as you're waiting. Remember, it would be improper for you to recap, handicap, comment, or otherwise review the testimony that you have heard thus far. Remember, you can only consider this case when in such time that the court properly can instructs you on how to do that. All right. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, you're not to go ahead and go by and visit any scenes that may be depicted that you've learned about during testimony in open court. Remember, it would be a violation for you to take pictures, draw artist renderings, drawings, or any other things that or share any extra knowledge you may know of any particular scenes or locations. Remember, you can only consider what's been lawfully presented to you in the four walls of this courtroom. Remember as well, ladies and gentlemen, it will be a violation for you to go to any third-party websites, phone a friend, otherwise have anybody else explain, or go to any other resource materials to include websites to understand or otherwise aid or augment your understanding as to anything that may be presented within the courtroom. You can only consider what's presented within the four walls of this courtroom. And then remember, ladies and gentlemen,
if anybody should try and contact you by any means necessary, any mode or method, that your first obligation would be to let myself and Sergeant Ingram know immediately. Okay? All right, and the last thing, it goes without saying, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience that you have given and will otherwise continue to give to the consideration of this matter. And unless you have any other questions of me, any other ministerial inquiry, we'll recess you until tomorrow morning at 8:30 for an anticipated 9 o'clock start time. And at some point in time, ladies and gentlemen, over the next several days, I will give you an answer as to those different days in July, to include maybe sometime into August, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're in recess. I'll see you tomorrow morning, okay? All rise. Okay. All right. Indeed, our jury has left us. All right, any ministerial inquiry of me, counsels?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, Mr. Sharp.
At this time, I would like to once again reassert a motion for any Brady materials, including any impeachment evidence that is different or contradictory from anything that Mr. Copeland has stated on the stand so far from the state.
Madam.
Your Honor, we will share anything that we have heard today different or any other day different from what he has stated on the stand in an email to counsel, and we will copy the court this afternoon.
All right, Mr. Shard, is that the extent of it? You've asked me before about anything else that was said purportedly ex parte. The court is still kind of combing its way through that, okay?
And Your Honor, just to be clear, my inquiry of the state was not limited to that ex parte communication. But yes, Your Honor, I have asked about the transcript, but respectfully, I just not trying to ask about that every day out of respect.
Well, no harm.
Yeah.
We're working on it, and you certainly, if it's appropriate, will receive or the opportunity to whatever statements that may be relevant to your inquiry before you begin your cross-examination. You'll have that. Should that be bear upon it, okay?
Thank you.
All right. But as for the state's inquiry, Miss Love says she will forward anything else to you that she becomes aware of.
Understood.
Because the state has a continuing obligation, of course, to provide you with any Brady materials.
Yes, Your Honor.
Or impeachment. Okay. All right. Anything else? Any other counsel? Defense counsel? All right. Then I'll see you all tomorrow morning at 8:30 for anticipated 9 o'clock start time. Okay. All right. We're in recess.
Well, truth team. We have came to the close of another day in YSL Rico land. Okay. Let's do a quick recap of what happened today. Lil Woody took the stand. Picked out some more pictures, of course. They got more into a little bit of meat and potatoes, okay? They started trying to put everything together. They went into his association with the Blood Gangs, try to ask him some questions about that. They went into impeachment phase where they played snippets of his so many interrogation videos over the years, which will contradict some of the things he said. Like, has he ever FaceTime Young Thug? Has he ever been part of 30 Deep? Has he ever been part of ABG? Things like that. So it was definitely a lot to see. There's more than just that one video that went viral, right? So Anna saying, shout out to Anna P for the super chats. Okay, I appreciate it. If it's appropriate, judge has some nerve. Defense has right to it. They're buying time to edit the transcript, shaking my damn head. Okay, or buying time for him to finish his testimony. I said that the other day. I feel like it's a thing to get him to be completed with his testimony before everything hit the fan. So we'll definitely see how that plays out. Also, just to like reiterate, just because a witness is impeached does not mean necessarily like his or her testimony won't be weighted. When a jury instruction comes out, when we get to that point, it would definitely be broken down to how they're supposed to outline it per se, right? But other than that, that's pretty much the nutshell of what's going on. We did find out that Brian Steele appeal of the decision the judge made to charge him with criminal contempt has been forwarded to the Supreme Court due to the nature of the actual case itself, meaning the whole RICO case. Okay, so that has been put into Supreme Court. Nothing has been released on it just yet, but hopefully we'll find out what's going on with that. If you didn't catch our conversation earlier, on the 25th of June is when that will take forefront. Okay, that's when we will hear the root of show cause hearing on the 25th. Okay, I think that's about it, y'all. If y'all got any questions, just leave them on in the video. We back at it now. They claim tomorrow they starting at 9 a.m. Okay. The chair definitely sounds like a bit. It sounds like the intro to that song. Can that nigga get in though? What's that song? I can't think, but when I heard it, it made me think of that song. Okay. But yeah, they say 9 a.m. Now, y'all know I'll be barely making 10 a.m. But I'm gonna go ahead and schedule the live for tomorrow for 9 a.m. I'm probably like 9:15 because we know they're not gonna be on time, but I really don't be wanting to miss too much of it. Especially since that's the whole reasoning of going live this week is to cover the full testimony of, I was about to say YSL Lil Woody, but excuse me, burping. Lil Woody. Tomorrow gonna be 10:45. And I'm gonna try to be live in effect, and that's the reason why I'm gonna go ahead and end here. Worst case scenario, we can listen to the Lord Attorney Rivers, what he had to say about the whole contempt of court thing, because we didn't get to it today. So yeah, we're gonna be back at it in the morning, y'all. I hope y'all have a good evening. Do not forget, not only will I be live tomorrow to cover day 4 of Woody's testimony, but tomorrow night, 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. Make sure you pull up for Tea Time Thursday with myself, my co-host Kimbella Roxy, and Miss Me with That BS, so we can talk about other trending hot topics. And definitely, you know, Messy Mickey with the tea is gonna definitely show up and have some tea to get into. With that being said, y'all already know I appreciate everybody. Thank y'all for supporting and rocking out with me today. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Holla!
Remember me wearing a frown. Now it's the other way around. They mad because I made it out.
I took the hard way. I ain't asking a nigga for nothing. I threw the hard way. Hard way. Hard way. My heart to this day. I'm really with it. My feelings in it. So please, bitch, don't play. I took the hard way. I ain't asking a nigga for nothing. I threw the hard way. Hard way. Hard way, my heart to this day. I'm really with it, my feelings in it, so please, bitch, don't play. Hey, don't play.